All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we're going to discuss a very important topic: the Nation of Islam. Is it live, or is it, remember, is it good for black people? Or not. And I just want you to know that I will always try, not try, but do my due diligence in this matter or any matter for that sake, and we're going to let it all hang out tonight. Now I know that uh, a lot of people have feelings and emotions and caught up in the moment or whatever the case may be in regard to Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, Khalid Muhammad, and so on and so on, right? But I can tell you, uh, as a former member, although only 2 minutes in comparison to a lot of other people, it's really 3 months. I just was not feeling it, you know what I mean? I've never been a follower, and I've never been one just to go along to get along. That's just me. I am my own man. The God that I believe in is the God of Isaiah, not some external being that I have to pay attention to and obey and do this and do that. Because life, you guys, is really simple. You were born and you're going to die one day. And in between those 2 points, live, love, laugh, and learn. And pass whatever wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to your kids. Bless them to the utmost. Bless them beyond compared to what you've been blessed with. That is our sovereign duty as a father, as a mother, parents, family, you name it, your aunt, your uncle, your grandfather, grandmother. Okay, these are the columns of our civilization. I'm talking about black civilization. These are columns that are precious, more precious than gold, silver, and diamonds. Because when one of us falls or dies, a library burns down to the ground. And so tonight, we're going to cover the life and times and death of our dear beloved, uh, how would I put it, messenger, prophet, uh, you name it. I mean, the demand was beyond the pale, was beyond the norm, was beyond the normal. And that came through, that transition, that change came through a lot of internal talk and shift from what he was. I believe it was a drug dealer, pimp, or whatever the case may be. And we can understand that. You know, a lot of people, as you can see on I don't know if you can see it, but the meme that I put here, you can see the Nation of Islam raising up from the dead. Not the physical, but the mental death of not knowing your history. People get strung out on drugs and crime and prostitution. And, I have to give it to the Nation of Islam to saving the lives of tens of thousands of people. Now, whether they stayed on that road of Islam is another question. Because, again, as did Malcolm, he was a reader, a voluminous reader. He was a prodigy when he was young, and from what I'm understanding, his teachers were telling him, white teachers were telling him, you'll never be shit. And I just took him off the rails, so to speak. And I can understand that. You know what I mean? I don't know what year that was, but he died in '65, so that's in the '40s, somewhere around there, I guess. '45, somewhere around there. But the idea is to know one's history, guys, before I get into the videos, which were the longest one is about half an hour. The other ones are very, very short, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 12 minutes. But the idea has to be a laying a firm foundation. So we know white folks lie, scheme, connive, and tell you lies about you, black man, black woman. And I find it very, very, very hard. And I'm just running off what I'm going to be covering today, that whether it's the Nation of Islam, politicians, hold on for a second. What the hell is going on with my oh, okay. Okay, I didn't push it in. What the hell? All right, so my battery was going down. I don't know what the hell happened, but I plugged it back in. I didn't pop it hard enough. But whether you're talking about the Nation of Islam or you're talking about Christian leaders like Jesse, you name it, there has to be a fundamental shift in our thinking, guys. And I wrote, hold on a minute. I wrote, as a matter of fact, Congressman Jasmine Crockett a letter on X. I'm going to find it right now so I can read it to you. Let's see. Bookmark. But it still remains, you guys. Hold on. Oh, okay, here we go. It still remains, you guys, that the onus of black civility, the onus of black political might, and the onus of economic, not parity, but economic excellence, what we're doing and kicking ass and taking name. But I found it to be, how would you say that? I found it to be hard to believe that, here we go, that we as of yet have not formed a cohesive political and economic and spiritual platform that deals with our economic and political positions in 2025, May 24th, 2025. Now, this is what I wrote to Representative Crockett about a couple of days ago. And it says, Dear Representative Crockett, we as a community in America have been placed behind the 8 ball of misplaced and displaced anger, aggression of the so-called white supremacy rhetoric, and acts of violence for far too long. It is time, Representative Crockett, for one of our own and esteemed reps in Congress to step up to the plate and to start to enforce the very laws that were made and put into force and effect. And that I am happy to say is you. Now I say it is you because she did an impressive interview with what the hell is her name? Oh boy, Candace Owens. So let me continue. You have a mighty voice of eloquence, wisdom, knowledge, understanding of our Constitution to begin to heal the wounds of economic and political violence that has culminated in our voices from being heard due to the jealousy and envy of the want to be white supremacy or supremacy. Representative Crockett, it's time to enforce the 1866 Civil Rights Act and the Enforcement Acts that was set up by our beloved President Ulysses S. Grant, who, by the way, was a black man just like George Washington, as well as his wife Martha. Now, as you may know, this is not part of the letter that I sent to Abraham Lincoln and his vice president Hannibal Hamlin were both black. So you first get the 1866 Civil Rights Bill from Abraham Lincoln, and then you get into the formation of the Department of Justice, which was fucking built for us. Because our ancestors knew that these crackers would be coming for our ass. And therefore, under the auspices and term of the presidency of Ulysses S. Grant, he started the Enforcement Acts. Now, from the 1866 Civil Rights Act, once it was passed into law, federal fucking law, coupled with the Enforcement Act, stopped cold all of the degenerate acts of white folks against black people. Stop it cold. It is the shotgun into the face of white supremacy. It just stopped it. There was never a need for marching or protesting or dying or getting shot or stabbed or beat up. All that was fucking nonsense. Now I take it upon me to blame black folk, the black leadership. You motherfucker didn't know this yet? You did not know about the Enforcement Act. People, when they were created, it brought about a lot of hate in white folk. And to this very day, I'm going to say, I'm kind of guessing, from the moment our government put into action the Enforcement Act and quelled the fucking shit out of white folk, they took it upon themselves. We're going to not only disobey that, but we're not going to pay it any attention, as if it never existed. And so from that moment on, I think that was from 1886 forward, up until this very fucking day, with this bitch called Shiloh Hendricks, calling an innocent 5-year-old child the nigger word. You can use that Enforcement Act and the Civil Rights Act against her and take every motherfucking thing she got. It is just that simple. It is just that motherfucking matter of fact. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired of you niggas talking all that pump in the air, fish, and black person. Shut the fuck up, sit your ass fucking down, and start getting fucking busy. Like that sister did with Shiloh Hendricks. She looked up and found the paid people who were going to, and unfortunately she did get the money, so I don't know. A lot of the people who were writing to Block and Stripe or something like that, they weren't able to overwhelm it and to get them to not pay her. But that's okay. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't matter. We have the 1866 Civil Rights Act, and we have the Enforcement Act, strictly for black people, not for these goddamn immigrants, not for these goddamn Asians, not for these goddamn Chinese, not for the goddamn Latino. Black people are written into the fucking Constitution. And I hate to say it, but I hate you niggas. Because you like being niggas. You like being stepped on and spit on and all this shit. You do, because you ain't, it doesn't make any motherfucking sense not to know this. The Enforcement Acts are federal fucking law, nigga. Y'all lazy, trifling motherfuckers. And I found it abhorrent and very, very, very upsetting. So let me continue on. Representative Crockett, we can no longer wait for a change. We must take the initiative to do so, and we have all we need. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the Enforcement Acts of the late 1860s and early 1870s to do what our black president demanded to be done by Abe Lincoln and Ulysses S. Grant. And the watchdog, the Department of Justice, was created to protect the African American, which the FBI and the Department of Justice failed to do in their dereliction of duty. Representative Crockett, with great admiration, I am convinced you will get this done and that it must be pursued with all your vigor. The Department of Justice can no longer sit on the by and by and act like they don't know what to do. It is fucking written in our Constitution. The white man has done the most to damage and disobey the law of the Constitution for their economic and political benefit, and thwarted every effort for justice to be had and enjoyed by our ancestors, who not only created America, King James, who was black, and King George and Charles, but wrote the Constitution, motherfucker, which was based on the Iroquois Nation Constitution. Representative Crockett, please take a look at my best-selling book, and you guys know about that, The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit. And, ebook series that details the truth of God, and the note attached to director, because I sent the same thing to Director Patel, who was the director of the FBI, to not only get off their behind, but to rigorously pursue, to eradicate and break the back of hate and white supremacy and all this. This is not a request in hopes the DOJ and the FBI may or would like to do it. They are fucking mandated by the Enforcement Acts to do. Now, let me see. So, I love to be able to hear from you, Representative Crockett, and would even like to have you on my podcast, Straight Talk, to discuss this serious matter in detail, for we as a people have suffered enough, and the gatekeepers of our destruction must be put in jail and prosecuted for violation of our 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment rights for treason against our people and our beloved Constitution. I put my number and all that. So, hold on. So let me go back to talk to you guys a little bit before I continue. Now, I'm going to be talking about the NOI. There's no motherfucking lawyer, constitutional lawyer in the NOI that know this motherfucking simple shit that I've been knowing since I was 14, 13. Y'all fucking so caught up on bullshit that I don't understand how you not notice. Fuck the fried chicken Fridays. Fuck the bean pie. Fuck all that shit. Get fucking busy politically and economically, because to be honest with you, where did all those fucking millions of dollars go? If not over $100 million since the inception of the NOI. Where did it fucking go? It sure wasn't fucking going nowhere in the black community. It sure enough fuck wasn't. That's just some real hard facts to look at. Cause ain't nobody that I've seen or heard have said what I just fucking said. The Enforcement Act, get off your fucking ass, Congress and Senate, and everybody else from the federal government on down to the state and local government. Y'all just gave away all your motherfucking power to bullshit. I give no fucks about lazy, trifling motherfucking niggas taking advantage of our people. Now, am I saying Elijah Muhammad did that? Yes. Did I say Farrakhan did that? Yes. Am I saying Muhammad, Malcolm X did that? Yes. Because there's no fucking reason why you don't know this simple ass fucking shit that could have been avoided, that could have saved tens of thousands of people's lives and millions of lives that suffered physical trauma and mental fucking trauma. Because you niggas in the NOI ain't shit that I can see. I'm being very, very matter of fact about these goddamn words. There's no fucking way you can just sit here and don't know that shit. And I've been knowing it since I was 13. 13 fucking, that's 40 years ago. 40 fucking years. And nobody ain't, said shit in the NOI, the lawyers and attorneys, nobody. Y'all just fucking stupid or stuck on retarded. Nobody ain't said a motherfucking word. Now that's some shit. Look at what could have happened. We could have been done had our shit. They cannot, ladies and gentlemen, violate your 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment protection. And with the coupling of that with the Enforcement Acts, it's over. Now I can tell you, directly or indirectly, the NOI is complicit in that bullshit. There's no motherfucking way. Y'all sit up here and y'all talk about what the fuck you know. You don't know a motherfucking thing. Not nothing. Now I just spilled the bean. And you motherfucker ain't figured this shit out. You rather protest and march and with a sign around your motherfucking neck talking about you a man. Motherfucker, I know I'm a man. I got a dick. When I tell you I got a dick involved. I can look down and be proud. You know what I mean? But that is beyond the pale. That is not what this show is all about tonight. That's part of it. Because we truly need to stop the bullshit. Stop praying to Allah. Stop praying to Yahweh. Stop praying to Buddha or the Taoist God or whatever the fuck it is. Because all of it is just a fucking scam to get your mind away from where it needs to be. Focused on political and economic empowerment. You know, motherfucking well, our Black Wall Street were destroyed and white folks took that shit. With the 1866 Civil Rights Act and the Enforcement Act, we can not only recuperate all of that, it stopped everything and foully claim with the FBI and the federal government and make them do their motherfucking job. But no, as I've said earlier, white folks buried that shit, paid people off. You niggas in Congress, the Black Caucus and whoever fuck else, that black folks don't know. And I can't blame, the people in the general populace. But the leaders of our black movement, black empowerment, you motherfuckers are worthless pieces of shit. Seriously, honestly, openly stated. Alright? Because there's no fucking way you cannot know. If you're I didn't go to law school, and I knew that. There's too much case law in regard to the 1866 Civil Rights Act, not the 1966 one. That is the Indian Civil Rights Act, bitches. That 1961 don't count. 1966, I'm sorry, don't count. It has no force and effect. It has nothing. It is a very, very watered down version of the 1866 one and the uh, Enforcement Act. You know, in the 1966 one, it's like taking a packet of Kool-Aid and dumping it into the pool and talking about, well, let's come on and drink. No, 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 no. Because I'm not going to be playing this motherfucking game tonight with y'all. I'm going to be very honest, very straightforward, and everybody that knows me, know I am not fucking playing. It is time, just like in Burkina Faso, all the countries of Africa are uniting. And I predicted this year on Brother Maurice's show and on my show that this shit is gonna be united within 5 years. Yeah, it ain't even been a year yet. So you can see that my words are very, very factual, not emotional. I'm not all up in my feelings. I don't give a fuck about my feelings and my emotions. None of that. I don't give a fuck about your feelings and emotions. None of that. I am here to reveal the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. And I'm standing on it. I'm not moving. I'm not moving. Let me say that shit again. I'm not fucking moving. Alright? Now, I come to the NOI, and I've gone through a lot of fucking videos. I mean, I would just live it. But you know, you hear things, and if it don't really concern me directly, I hear it and I don't hear it. I see it and I don't see it. But it took me down a path, down a rabbit hole that I cannot fathom. I cannot get past the obvious fucking truth. The Nation of Islam killed Malcolm X. The Nation of Islam perhaps killed Khalid Muhammad. He died of an aneurysm. Now that could have been triggered by a whole lot of things, but you're going to see tonight how the man really felt. He was trying to talk to get a meeting with Minister Louis Farrakhan, and he snubbed him hard. Now, you know, if you wait. Now the reason being is the media was very hard against Khalid Muhammad, saying what he was saying. If I remember, I don't remember verbatim, but don't take my word for it. But it's still the same thing. Talking bad about white folks and gutter religion and all of that, and what that means when it comes to white folks. Man, look, it seems and it is true that Minister Farrakhan became scared of white folks. I'm going to say this shit again 2 more times. Minister Farrakhan became scared of white folks. Minister Farrakhan became scared of white folks about what they think, what they might do in the press and all that. And it brought an immense amount of pressure on the NOI. Now, we all know that, we all know that Minister Farrakhan's father is white. Now, is that a confirmation or no? I don't know. But did that play a part in it? Is he feeling conflicted in some kind of way? That he has an allegiance to white folk because his daddy white? And as bad as the Nation of Islam talk about white folk, that they're the devil, why? That's my question. Why would he come down hard on one of his most beloved, most influential, well-spoken allies to the Nation of Islam, Khalid Muhammad? For what? For fucking what? To appease white folk. That's what it is. In my eyes, he's a Sambo ass nigga. Cooning, stepping fetching, all that shit. There was no reason to cancel Khalid Muhammad. There was no reason to ignore this man who out here doing the work for the NOI. That was his passion. Passion. Unequivocal. Black. Black first, second, third, last, for infinity and beyond. So I don't want to keep going here because I can go. So we're going to look at some very damning out of the mouth of Malcolm X, who is saying that the Nation of Islam was trying to kill him. And the guy that they sent, these worthless ass niggas, were trying to wire his car to blow him up. So, you're going to hear it. Don't worry. But that one video condemned the Nation of Islam in my mind. In my eye. As hard and fast and loyal followers that the Nation of Islam grafted into the nation. You mean to fucking tell me that you're gonna bring down your own brother? You're gonna bring down your own brother for what? Nothing. To make yourself look good in the eyes of white folks. Farrakhan is a bitch ass nigga. For that one. Cooner nigga. For that one. White man's nigga. For that one. Because I would not, if I was him, I would not have done that. I would have said, well, no, you guys are animals. You guys are criminals. You guys are drug addicts. So what the deal? What the dealio? Everything that Khalid Muhammad said about white folks is true. But no, you wanted to be you wanted to appease white folks. Minister Farrakhan, excuse me. And I found that to be very egregious. And this man died. This man was trying to call you to have a discussion with you about coming back, and you turn him down. See, if I was Brother Khalid Muhammad, I would just broke off and started my own shit. Because obviously, you niggas, the top rank, ain't about that life, man. I'm just being honest. based on what I've seen, and you're going to see that tonight. There is no black person. It's black, gimme, 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 gimme. Because to be honest with you, where is the fucking money going? It's going to the ritual lifestyle of Minister Farrakhan in the mansion in Chicago and paying this and paying that. Hell, he had a condominium in the building where my mother had her condominium, and I happened to bump into him. And I told him, and we only talked about 45 seconds, something like that. I told him, look, I appreciate what you're doing. Keep going, minister, and so on and so forth. That was it. But I was surprised. Like, I wasn't expecting him to see him. I don't know if you ever remember that. But ain't too many niggas living in that 195 North Harbor Drive. So with that being said, I'm going to start the evidence and start the videos, and we'll hold on. I'll be right back, and we'll get it clicking, popping. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna start it slow because I want. I don't have too many. One video was enough, right? About his admission, about some guy wanted to kill him. That was the NOI. You know, don't fucking tell me that wasn't the NOI. That was the fucking NOI. So don't fucking write me. Don't fucking try to talk shit in my fucking head. I am telling you, and I am explicitly showing you that the NOI was involved in the killing of Malcolm X. Now, we all know behind the scenes, you got the FBI, you got the CIA, you got the U.S. government, all of that. Just like they did, with Malcolm X. With Martin Luther King and all of our great leaders. Right. So we're going to go to this one. It's 7 minutes, and I'll be right back.
Join us on Patreon and become part of our journey to uncover history's untold stories. Your support helps us create in-depth content, bring hidden narratives to life, and keep history alive for everyone. In the smoky lounges of 1960s Harlem, where jazz poured from club doors into the night air and radical ideas swirled like cigarette smoke, there existed a version of Malcolm X that the world was never fully meant to hear. Bold, blistering, yet astonishingly prophetic, Malcolm's lesser-known speeches and interviews, the so-called lost tapes, offer a rare window into the mind of one of America's most uncompromising revolutionaries at the height of his evolution. More than a martyred icon or a symbol of militant resistance, these tapes reveal Malcolm X as a complex thinker, unrestrained by the sound bites that history has often condensed him into. What was captured on those tapes was so controversial, so unfiltered, that even today they have the power to unnerve, to inspire, and to shatter the safe, sanitized images of the civil rights era that have long been curated for mainstream consumption. Malcolm X's legacy, from his days as the national spokesman for the Nation of Islam to his final speeches as the founder of the Organization of Afro-American Unity, is already rich with famous words. The fiery calls for self-defense, the searing critiques of white supremacy, the unapologetic demand for human rights rather than civil rights. However, the lost tapes, recordings from little-publicized lectures, interviews conducted by independent journalists, and conversations meant for private reflection, capture a Malcolm who was evolving even faster than the headlines could keep up with. In these recordings, Malcolm speaks candidly about global revolution, the failures of American liberalism, intra-black class divisions, and the necessity of unifying African and African-descended peoples across the globe. These tapes, long suppressed or buried in obscure archives, expose conversations that the American establishment in the 1960s was desperate to ignore, fearing the explosive consequences if his complete vision were allowed to spread unchecked. The reason these tapes remain largely obscured lies partly in the intense surveillance and sabotage efforts targeted against Malcolm X by U.S. government agencies.
Declassified FBI documents confirm that J. Edgar Hoover's FBI kept extensive files on Malcolm X, tracking his movements, tapping his phones, and embedding informants within his circles. The Bureau's notorious COINTELPRO program, designed to prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify and electrify the militant black nationalist movement, identified Malcolm as a primary threat after his break from the Nation of Islam. Scholars such as Manning Marvel, in his Pulitzer Prize-winning biography Malcolm X, A Life of Reinvention, document how these efforts extended even into manipulating the media portrayal of Malcolm, ensuring that only the most divisive and threatening soundbites were amplified while his deeper, more globally minded analysis was minimized or hidden altogether. The contents of the lost tapes append many mainstream narratives about Malcolm. In one interview recorded during his 1964 travels to Africa and the Middle East, Malcolm discusses imperialism not just as a white Western phenomenon, but as a broader system of economic oppression that implicated Arab elites and African leaders alike. This nuanced critique troubled both Cold War-era American officials and certain sectors of the newly independent African nations eager to forge alliances with the West. Malcolm's vision of Pan-Africanism, unlike the more sanitized versions often celebrated today, was militant, anti-capitalist, and explicitly critical of neo-colonial structures. He warned that political independence without economic liberation would leave African nations as little more than pawns in the global capitalist system. Another tape from late 1964 captures Malcolm's shifting thoughts on race relations in America. He speculates that while some white Americans were sincere allies, true liberation for black people could not depend on white goodwill. He argued that systemic structures, not individual attitudes, maintained racial oppression. These ideas anticipated many principles that would later underpin the Black Power movement and critical race theory, decades before they entered academic or activist mainstreams. Malcolm's insistence on self-reliance, his skepticism toward performative allyship, and his critiques of tokenistic integration efforts are all evident in these recordings. One particularly haunting recording finds Malcolm reflecting on the price of revolutionary leadership. Weeks before his assassination, Malcolm spoke with an interviewer about the inevitability of betrayal from within the black community itself, warning that infiltration and internal division were historically the most effective tools used against liberation movements.
Now, did you hear that? Internal, what the word? Internal conflict, or whatever the word it was. That's it. Now, let's continue down our comment.
His tone is weary but resolute, a man fully aware that his life was balancing on a knife's edge. When Malcolm was murdered at the Audubon Ballroom on February 21, 1965, many of his recorded lectures and interviews, especially those that delved deepest into critiques of U.S. imperialism or explored alliances with non-Western nations, vanished from public circulation. Some were buried by media companies fearful of controversy. Others were seized by government agencies during raids or investigations. In recent decades, researchers and filmmakers have painstakingly worked to recover many of these lost materials. The 2020 Netflix series, Who Killed Malcolm X, reignited public interest in the hidden dimensions of Malcolm's life and death, and institutions like the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture have unearthed previously inaccessible recordings. Yet many tapes remain locked away in private collections, tangled in legal battles over intellectual property, or simply lost to time. Listening to the lost tapes today is not merely an exercise in historical curiosity. It is a confrontation with a radical, unfinished vision for liberation that challenges the hollow victories and compromised narratives often presented as progress. Malcolm X in these recordings emerges as more than a civil rights leader. He appears as a revolutionary theorist, a global strategist, and a prophetic critic of both American hypocrisy and black complacency. He remains a voice for the marginalized everywhere, a reminder that genuine freedom demands not just speeches and marches, but a complete reordering of societal power. In the end, the lost tapes are not just recordings. They are time bombs of truth, ticking in the archives, daring the present to be brave enough to listen.
All right, that's the first one. Now let me say this unequivocally. Fuck all white folks. If you don't know the past, how in the fuck can you understand the present and move confidently into the future? If you niggas in the Nation of Islam don't know shit about the 1866 Civil Rights Act and the Enforcement Act, how are you going to take a stand? I don't want to be honest with you. I don't want to see no more marching, no more protesting, no more motherfucking nothing. But I can honestly tell you the truth that my brother Isa Israel and I are going to turn this motherfucker out because they cannot. The U.S. Supreme Court, or any court for that matter, can deny what the fuck we are doing. Can deny what the fuck is the law. The enforcement acts must be adhered to. And any and anybody, any and everybody who uses the word nigger is a travesty, but it's illegal. You can't do that, along with a lot of other illegal shit, like the police shooting people, our people. They can be brought on charges, not only civil rights violation, but the Enforcement Act can put them motherfuckers in jail for decades. And the cream on top of all of that is that we're Jews. We're Jews. It is and always will be and have been anti-Semitic remarks, slogans, actions, and all of that. But you see, you niggas like to get spit on and dogs biting you and feeling the way out, feeling out of place. When you are in place, you are in control. That might be my family coming home. You are in control. But somehow, some way, these stupid motherfucking cave bitches and bastards got you filling up all out your shit, making you feel like you ain't got not near spade in your hand. But you do. You got all the spade. Hold on. All right. So you got all the spades in your hand. But you're walking around feeling out of place, not feeling in place with what you should know. Every fucking kid should know about the Enforcement Act and the Civil Rights Act. I mean, it's just that simple. The Civil Rights Movement wasn't even necessary. All you had to do was just say, hey, look, FBI, Department of Justice, get off your fucking ass and get busy. We're using the Civil Rights Act of 1866, not the 1966 one, motherfucker, and the Enforcement Act. That's why white folks back then were all bent out of shape, because the government went down there to the south, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, you name it, and put a stop to all that shit. But the KKK made it plain and simple that, hey, if you keep doing this shit, we're gonna kill you. Well, freedom ain't free, motherfucker. We got guns, bitch. We got guns. We shoot back. So stop being scared, man. Stop, you know what I mean? Fuck them. They fuck around, they find out. Just like that white boy down there in Mississippi. Saying nigga, 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 till his teeth turn brown to white. Man, and he got his ass whooped. And then the people whooped his ass after he was trying to throw gang signs up and all this. They beat the fuck out of him. Now they are probably going to jail. And he ain't. He got off. But you see how fucked that shit is? How fuck up that shit is? If you use the 1866 Civil Rights Act and the Enforcement Act as well as bonds for the win, bonds for the win. Let me put that in the link in the comment. Hold on. Bondsforthewin.com. If you don't know how to do it, they'll show you how to do it until you become an expert in it. It stops all of that. I don't give a fuck if white folks start steaming out their fucking ass and ears and mouth. Fuck them. Fuck them. Two white boys went down there, I think in Mississippi, if I'm not mistaken, or no, in Georgia, I'm sorry, with their hoods on and talking about we're going to go there and terrify. Say what? Terrify. We ain't scared of you, motherfucker. They got sent to the morgue. So let's continue and hold on. And then we'll hold on. Did I? Okay. I'm sorry. If I done played this already, I don't remember. But let's play it. Let's play it again. And if I hear it, then I'll skip to the next one.
Your support helps us create in-depth content, bring hidden narratives to life, keep history alive forever.
In the smoky lounges of 1960s Harlem, where jazz poured from club doors into the night air and radical ideas swirled like cigarette smoke, there existed a version of Malcolm X that the world was never fully meant to hear. Bold, blistering, yet astonishingly prophetic Malcolm's lesser-known speeches and interviews, the so-called lost tapes, offer a rare window into the mind of one of America's most uncompromising revolutionaries at the height of his evolution. More than a martyred icon or a symbol of militant resistance,
let me know.
These tapes reveal Malcolm X as a complex thinker, unrestrained by the sound bites that history has often condensed him into. What was captured on those tapes was so controversial, so unfiltered, that even today they have the power to unnerve, to inspire, and to shatter the safe, sanitized images of the civil rights era that have long been curated for mainstream consumption. Malcolm X's legacy, from his days as the national spokesman for the Nation of Islam to his final speeches as the founder of the Organization of Afro-American Unity, is already rich with famous words. The fiery calls for self-defense, the searing critiques of white supremacy, the unapologetic demand for human rights rather than civil rights. However, the lost tapes, recordings from little-publicized lectures, interviews conducted by independent journalists, and conversations meant for private reflection, capture a Malcolm who was evolving even faster than the headlines could keep up with. In these recordings, Malcolm speaks candidly about global revolution, the failures of American liberalism, ultra-black class divisions, and the necessity of unifying African and African-descended peoples across the globe. These tapes, long suppressed or buried in obscure archives, expose conversations that the American establishment in the 1960s was desperate to ignore, fearing the explosive consequences if his complete vision were allowed to spread unchecked. The reason these tapes remain largely obscured lies partly in the intense surveillance and sabotage efforts targeted against Malcolm X by U.S. government agencies. Declassified FBI documents confirm that J. Edgar Hoover's FBI kept extensive files on Malcolm X, tracking his movements, tapping his phones, and embedding informants within his circles. The Bureau's notorious COINTELPRO program, designed to prevent the rise of a messiah,
unify
and electrify the militant black nationalists, identified Malcolm as a primary threat after his break from the Nation of Islam. Scholars such as Manning Marvel, in his Pulitzer Prize-winning biography Malcolm X, A Life of Reinvention, document how these efforts extended even into manipulating the media portrayal of Malcolm, ensuring that only the most divisive and threatening soundbites were amplified while his deeper, more globally minded analysis was minimized or hidden altogether. The contents of the lost tapes append many mainstream narratives about Malcolm. In one interview recorded during his 1964 travels to Africa and the Middle East, Malcolm discusses imperialism not just as a white Western phenomenon, but as a broader system of economic oppression that implicated Arab elites and African leaders alike. This nuanced critique troubled both Cold War-era American officials and certain sectors of the newly independent African nations eager to forge alliances with the West. Malcolm's vision of Pan-Africanism, unlike the more sanitized versions often celebrated today, was militant, anti-capitalist, and explicitly critical of neo-colonial structures. He warned that political independence without economic liberation would leave African nations as little more than pawns in the global capitalist system. Another tape from late 1964 captures Malcolm's shifting thoughts on race relations in America. He speculates that while some white Americans were sincere allies, true liberation for black people could not depend on white goodwill. He argued that systemic structures, not individual attitudes, maintained racial oppression. These ideas anticipated many principles that would later underpin the Black Power movement, critical race theory, decades before they entered academic or activist mainstreams. Malcolm's insistence on self-reliance, his skepticism toward performative allyship, and his critiques of tokenistic integration efforts are all evident in these recordings. One particularly haunting recording finds Malcolm reflecting on the price of revolutionary leadership. Weeks before his assassination, Malcolm spoke with an interviewer about the inevitability of betrayal from within the black community itself, warning that infiltration and internal division were historically the most effective tools used against liberation movements. His tone is weary but resolute, a man fully aware that his life was balancing on a knife's edge. When Malcolm was murdered at the Audubon Ballroom on February 21, 1965, many of his recorded lectures and interviews, especially those that delved deepest into critiques of U.S. imperialism or explored alliances with non-Western nations, vanished from public circulation. Some were buried by media companies fearful of controversy. Others were seized by government agencies during raids or investigations. In recent decades, researchers and filmmakers have painstakingly worked to recover many of these lost materials. The 2020 Netflix series, Killed Malcolm X, reignited public interest in hidden dimensions of Malcolm's life and death, and institutions like the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture have unearthed previously inaccessible recordings. Yet many tapes remain locked away in private collections, tangled in legal battles over intellectual property, or simply lost to time. Listening to the lost tapes today is not merely an exercise in historical curiosity. It is
Hold
a
on.
confrontation with a radical, unfinished vision for liberation that challenges the hollow victories and compromised narratives often presented as progress. Malcolm X in these recordings emerges as more than a civil rights leader. He appears as a revolutionary theorist, a global strategist, and a prophetic critic of both American hypocrisy and black complacency. He remains a voice for the marginalized everywhere, a reminder that genuine freedom demands not just speeches and marches, but complete reordering of societal power. In the end, the lost tapes are not just recordings. They are time bombs of truth, ticking in the archives, daring the present to be brave enough to listen.
Okay. So I apologize for that one. Hold on, let me make sure I get this one out of here. So we're going to go on to the next one. This one is about 7 minutes long. And it says Black Liberation Theology as a tool to fight white supremacy. Malcolm X joins the civil rights movement after leaving the NOI in 1964. Historian Michael M. Houghton. So we're going to take a look at that. And let me see where we are. Okay, so we're back on track. I apologize for playing that video. Again, let's get it cracking.
All right, so when we talk about Black liberation theology, we have to talk about Dr. James Hal Cone. Dr. James H. Cone, known as the founder of Black liberation theology. And we know he passed away in 2018. How many people are familiar with Dr. James H. Cone? Okay, and I probably first became familiar with them in about 1994 when I was in college at Wayne State University. I graduated at Wayne State. because I read this book, Martin Malcolm in America, A Dream or a Nightmare, which is one of the best books dealing with an analysis between Dr. King and Malcolm X. And if you actually understand the history of both of them, or the end of both of their lives, their ideologies were converging. And actually, they wanted to work together because in January 1965, Malcolm goes to Selma, Alabama to meet with Dr. King. Dr. King's in jail, and Malcolm meets with Coretta Scott King. Okay, so but they were both assassinated before they could meet up, before they could connect. They met only one time, March 26, 1964, at the U.S. Senate debate before the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And if you read the reports of the meeting, they met for a couple of minutes. But Malcolm tells Dr. King, I'm putting all of my efforts to the heart of the Civil Rights Movement. Because this was later in the same month that Malcolm is separated from the Nation of Islam, March 8, 1964. So when Malcolm leaves the Nation of Islam, he actually, even though he created the Organization of Afro-American Unity, and we know he delivers that speech by any means necessary, June 28, 1964, announcing the formation of the Organization of Afro-American Unity and laying out their five-plank platform. But Malcolm also joins the Civil Rights Movement after he leaves the Nation of Islam. And one of the themes of the Ballad of the Bullet, and he delivered a version of the Ballad of the Bullet in King Solomon Baptist Church here in Detroit in 1964.
I'm going to stop it here and just to comment that the Civil Rights Movement he joined after leaving the NOI. But still, I'm not trying to blame him. The man is dead and gone. But at that point, nobody ain't thinking, nobody ain't, we need to use the 1866 Civil Rights Act or the Enforcement Act. Nothing crossed the NOI's radar in regard to that. Just protesting and saying what the white folks ain't shit and all of this other stuff. It's just mind-boggling to me that nobody ain't thought about this shit. Let's continue.
One of the themes of the Ballot of the Bullet was interjecting black nationalism into the Civil Rights Movement and radicalizing the Civil Rights Movement. Now, what is black liberation theology? Black liberation theology, or also known as black theology, refers to a theological perspective which originated among African American seminarians and scholars, and in some African American churches in the United States and later in other parts of the world. It contextualizes Christianity in an attempt to help those of African descent overcome oppression. Okay, not using Christianity to justify their oppression. Okay, so you have to understand the difference. You have to understand history. You have to understand the difference. Black liberation theology is designed to contextualize Christianity in an attempt to help African Americans overcome oppression and fight against oppression, not become complacent with the oppression. It especially focuses on the injustices committed against African Americans and African people in South Africa during segregation in the United States and apartheid in South Africa. Okay, and for more information, read Black Theology and Black Power, which came out in 1969. Now, Black Theology.
Hold on. No, let me. I'm not going to take that call. I'm sorry. Okay, cut it. Okay, that's my cousin calling. I don't want to try to get through these, so let's continue.
Forms of political, social, economic, and religious subjugation, and views Christian theology as a theology of liberation.
No, hey,
Use Christian
estoy
theology
haciendo mi show.
teaching you that you're not supposed to be oppressed. You're not supposed to be enslaved. It doesn't teach you to love your master or things like this. Okay, and if you there was I think it was the Smithsonian's website. There was an article that came out maybe about 5 years ago that talked about a version of the Bible that was created with a slave Bible. Go research this. It was a slave Bible, and it had selected passages in this that was used to teach enslaved Africans, teach them that they were supposed to be enslaved. Okay. Okay. Now, a rational study. Okay, a rational study of being of God in the world in light of the existential situation of an oppressed community, relating the forces of liberation to the essence of the gospel, which is Jesus Christ or Yeshua, with the Y, Yeshua, Christ James H. Collins, one of the original advocates of the perspective of Black liberation theology. Now, Black theology mixes Christianity with questions of civil rights, particularly raised by the Black Power movement and the Black Consciousness movement. So the Black Power movement coming about right about 1966. You know, it really comes out of the movement, comes out of SNCC through the Nonviolent Coordinated Committee, which was founded in April of 1960. We know Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael, he becomes chairman of SNCC in 1966, and in Mississippi during the March Against Fear, June 1966, he comes out of the jail and he drops the Black Power slogan, which was primed and on the ground. One of the people who really primed the Black Power slogan and helped create it was Mukasa Dala, who back then was known as Willie Bricks. I've interviewed Mukasa Dala, so he's told me the whole story about this. Okay, now read A Black Theology of Liberation, 20th Anniversary Edition 2010 by Dr. James H. Collins for information. Go to our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. Okay, there's a 10-week online history course called Ancient Kemet, the Moors, and the Ma'apa, Understanding the Transatlantic Slave Trade, what they didn't teach you in school. I teach the class on Saturdays, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Our next classes are Saturday, March 9th, Saturday, March 16th, March 23rd, and March 30th. Okay, and then we have a few more classes after that.
Okay. So we're done with that. So let's continue on. I don't want to. I want to make sure I do this right. Get rid of that one. Okay. So we're gonna go on, but I'm gonna make a comment. And this video is called "Why Malcolm X Left the Nation of Islam." But before I do all of that, I'm just gonna make a quick summation of the video that I just played. So you talk about theology and how that plays a role in our economic and political system, because a lot of people gain momentum and gain power through the churches, through the mosques, through the synagogue, or what have you. And if you're not coming in with a free mindset and a mindset that says, I want to follow you, you don't belong in that fucking building, the church, the synagogue, the mosque. But you're not a free thinker. You're just going to go along to get along. Okay, cuídate. Okay. Okay. All right. So, if you are part of that system, excuse the dog. My neighbor got a dog. I hate them most. Most of the time they cool, man. I ain't going, but they barking. They got something to say, But anyway, as a people, you got to be careful, man, about religious affiliation, because if it don't get to the real deal Holyfield, that you are God, that there's nothing outside of you that is more powerful than you, then you're wasting your motherfucking time. You're running into a game they playing, trying to get some money out your motherfucking pocket. Whether that be Islam, whether that be Christianity, whether that be Judaism, whether that be Taoism, whether that be Buddha. Now, I've tried all of those, and I was born a Jew, but I tried all of those extra ones, and it just wasn't for me. And it is so matter of fact, guys, that it is necessary to be independent in your thoughts and do your own research. Be honest in what you talk about, be honest in what you're doing, and be honest with your people. Honesty is always best policy because when you're telling the truth, you don't have nothing to remember. Just keep repeating it because somebody somewhere will hear it, and you never know what those words will mean to that person. Cállate. So no quarter, coño. So it is vitally important to temper your religious fervor. Don't ever put your fucking life in the hands of anybody. Never. You are independent. You are independent. You are independent. You are a thinker. You are a thinker. You are a thinker. And you don't need no motherfucker to tell you what you need to do, other than to come together politically, other than to come together economically, like our forefathers and mothers did in the Black Wall Streets. But you got to be intelligent in response to what you do against white folks. Because I'm telling you, this is not some motherfucking shit I done thought about. I'm just talking out my ass. These motherfuckers know that they're done once you niggas stop playing and get busy and be serious about the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and the Enforcement Acts, as well as bonds for the win. One, strike two, strike three. It's over. And the white man knows. He's playing and running a con game on your dumb nigga ass. And y'all just going for it. And you got these worthless fucking, whether it's intentional or not, still the fucking same goddamn result. You got these worthless fucking nigga leaders who are gatekeepers of the truth. Now, you don't have to believe me. Not at all. But I'm here to tell you, if you do just one of those things, Civil Rights Act, the Enforcement Act, and a bond for the win, it's over. You'll see how quick white folks fall to their motherfucking knees. They'll stop talking shit like Shiloh Hendricks. Her ass would be in jail right now. You can't do that. Black folks are written into the Constitution, nobody else is. You can't do that. You can't fuck around with our rights as voting and citizens. We are citizens of America. There's no need for an extension. What the fuck you talking about an extension? That just tells me you a bunch of dumb niggas. We need an extension for voting. We gotta wait until the white man. No, I swear to God, if I can get away with it, let me put it that way, I'll kill all you niggas. Worthless motherfucking stupid niggas. Y'all just sitting up with your finger in your motherfucking ass, taking it out and eating the shit off of it. That's all you're doing. You're not about nothing. Nothing at all. Now, I might be sounding harsh, but that's probably the best way to do it. And to be honest with you, sometimes it's hard to accept the truth about your leader fucking around and finding out that they done took your goddamn money. Where did all those I don't want to say hundreds of millions, but what is over $100 million has been accrued by the NOI? We don't need none of them motherfuckers marching and shit and doing a performance of the march of the freedom of Islam. Who gives a fuck? Now, that's good if we had uh, some semblance of power based on the 1866 Civil Rights Act, the Enforcement Act, and bonds for the win. You can dance all motherfucking day because now you got the power in your hand. But all that shit don't mean a motherfucking thing if you ain't got no power. If you ain't got no power, political power, economic power, spiritual power, you just don't. So, hold on, let me go back to here, and then I'll be right back. It's 12 minutes long. I'll be right back.
A very explosive year on the racial front. And because I myself intend to be very active in every phase of the American Negro struggle for human rights, I have called this press conference this morning in order to clarify my own position in the struggle, especially in regards to politics and nonviolence. I wish to speak for just 10 or 15 minutes and then open myself for questions. I am and always will be a Muslim. My religion is Islam. I still believe that Mr. Muhammad's analysis of the problem is the most realistic and that his solution is the best one. This means that I choose to believe that the best solution is complete separation with our people going back home, that is to our African homeland. But separation back to Africa is still a long-range program. And while it is yet...
Now, I disagree with that bullshit. America is our homeland. We are the true Indians and the indigenous people of that territory. Because I'm right here in the Dominican Republic. But even here, we are the true Tainos, which is what we are. We're not Dominican. True Taino. And every place else, we are the true Europeans. We are the true Indians. We are the true European. You name it. True Chinese, the true Japanese. All of that is our culture, language, history. So let's keep going.
To materialize, 22 million of our people who are still here in America need better food, better clothing, better housing, better education, and better jobs right now. Mr. Muhammad's program does point us back homeward, but it also contains within it what we could and should be doing to help solve our own problems right now while we're still in America. But internal differences within the Nation of Islam forced me out of it. I did not leave of my own free will, but now that it has happened, I intend to make the most of it. Now that I have more independence of action, I intend to use a more flexible approach toward working with others to get a solution to this problem.
Malcolm didn't walk away from the Nation of Islam. He was pushed out, not for lying, not for failure, but for telling the truth that made his own house uncomfortable. The root, it was moral. Mr. Muhammad had power, but also contradiction, private misconduct, leadership secrets. And Malcolm, being who he was, loyal but principled, couldn't stomach silence. He spoke out, and the machine turned on him. But this exile, it didn't break him, it clarified him. History tells us, this is how movements fracture. It happened after Garvey. After the civil rights split between King and SNCC. Anytime a leader starts questioning the terms of obedience, a system has to decide, is it about truth or control? Malcolm chose truth, and it cost him his place, but it gave him his independence. He didn't just lose a pulpit, he stepped out of a doctrine that no longer fit the size of his vision. That's what people miss. This wasn't just a religious shakeup, it was a political recalibration. When a black leader pivots like that, in public, it's dangerous. Not just to the people who opposed him, but to the people who followed him blindly. Because now they have to ask, what if he's right? And Malcolm was right. America wasn't scared of him because of Islam. It was scared of what he was becoming, a man with no leash. A man thinking globally, speaking freely, acting independently. He was turning from prophet to strategist. And what did he do next? He got to build it. He formed the Muslim Mosque, Inc., not to replace the nation, but to evolve it. A place for faith, yes, but also for politics, economics, culture, ground-level movement, with real teeth.
I'm not out to fight other Negro leaders or other Negro organizations. We must find a common approach, a common solution, to a common problem. As of this minute, I have forgotten everything bad that the other leaders have said about me. And I pray they can also forget the many bad said about them. The problem facing our people here in America is bigger than all the other personal or organizational differences. Therefore, as leaders, we must stop worrying about the threats that we seem to think we pose to each other's personal prestige and concentrate our united efforts toward solving the unending hurt that is being done daily to our people here in America. I'm going to organize and head a new mosque in New York City known as the Muslim Mosque Incorporated. This gives us a religious base and the spiritual force necessary to rid our people of the vices that destroy the moral fiber of our community. Our political philosophy will be black nationalism. Our economic and social philosophy will be black nationalism. Our cultural emphasis will be upon black nationalism. Many of our people aren't religiously inclined, so the Muslim Mosque Incorporated will be organized in such manner to provide for the active participation of all Negroes in our political, economic, and social programs, despite their religious or non-religious beliefs. The political philosophy of black nationalism means we must control the politics and the politicians of our own community. They must no longer take orders from outside forces, and we will organize and sweep out of office all Negro politicians who are puppets for these outside forces. Our accent will be upon youth. We need new ideas, new methods, new approaches. We will call upon young students of political science throughout the nation to help us. We will encourage these young students to launch their own independent studies and then give us their analysis and their suggestions. We are completely disenchanted with the old adult established politicians. We want to see some new faces, more militant faces. The Muslim Mosque will remain wide open for ideas and financial aid from all quarters. Whites can help us, but they can't join us. There can be no black-white unity until there is first some black unity. There can be no workers' solidarity until there is first some racial solidarity. We cannot think of uniting with others until we have first united among ourselves. We cannot think of being acceptable to others until we have first proven acceptable to ourselves. One can't unite bananas with scattered leaves.
Black nationalism. You hear it thrown around now like a trend, but when Malcolm said it, it was a threat, a blueprint, a line in the sand. He wasn't talking about empty slogans or performative pride. He meant infrastructure, black control over black life. Politically, that meant we choose who represents us, we fund them, we hold them, we replace them when they dance for outside masters. Malcolm made it plain. We will organize and sweep out of office all Negro politicians who are puppets for these outside forces. That's not rhetoric, that's strategy. Economically, it meant self-sufficiency, businesses that we own, dollars that circulate in our hands first, not last, no begging, no dependency. We build, we hire, we sustain. Culturally, it meant pride without permission. It meant teaching our children the truth before the world teaches them to disappear. It meant knowing that blackness isn't a deficit, it's a design, a force. This was decades before My Black hashtags, before Black Wall Street documentaries, before the post-2020 push for local organizing. Malcolm was already laying the blueprint, and he told us, it starts at the street level, with the youth, with the unpolished but hungry, the ones ready to move. That's why he said, our accent will be upon youth. We want new ideas, new methods, new approaches. He wasn't trying to be a savior. He was trying to build an army of thinkers, doers, builders, radical in mind, not just mouth. And then came the line most folks fumble. Whites can help us, but they can't join us. That wasn't hate, that was logic. Because how can you unite with another group when your own is fractured? How can you build bridges if your own house ain't even standing? Malcolm's point was clear. Black folks needed space to heal, to organize, to lead ourselves, without dilution, without guilt, and without outside agendas steering the wheel. That wasn't anti-white, it was pro-black, and there's a difference.
Tell him how, what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean the house,
And be considerate to clean his house up. He shouldn't have a
Concerning nonviolence, it is criminal to teach a man not to defend himself when he is the constant victim of brutal attacks. It is legal and lawful in this country to own a shotgun or a rifle, and we believe in obeying the law. In areas where our people are the constant victims of brutality, and the government seems unable or unwilling to protect them, we should form rifle clubs that can be used to defend ourselves and our property in times of emergency, such as happened last year in Birmingham, Alabama, and Plaquemine, Louisiana, and Cambridge, Maryland, and in Danville, Virginia. When our people are being bitten by dogs, they are within their right to kill those dogs. We should be peaceful, we should be law-abiding, but the time has come for the American Negro to fight back in self-defense whenever and wherever he is being unjustly and unlawfully attacked. Now, if the government thinks that I'm wrong for saying this, then the government should start doing its job.
Here's what they never got about Malcolm X. He wasn't preaching violence. He was preaching survival. There's a difference. He said, if the law won't protect us, then we reserve the right to protect ourselves, not to start chaos, but to stop the bleeding. Look at the cities he named. He was surgical with it. Birmingham, Alabama, where black children were blasted with fire hoses, where police set dogs loose on marchers, and the federal government said nothing. Cambridge, Maryland, where peaceful protests turned to open flames because state officials treated black demands for education and housing like insurgency. Danville, Virginia, where demonstrators were beaten bloody in it.
Now I'm going to stop here. Did you hear what he just said when the government did nothing? The government did nothing because you niggas are sitting on your fucking ass with your hands up under your ass. Don't know shit about the 1866 law and the Enforcement Act. All that shit would have been done by the FBI because they had no place or in the state, in the city. They got to take control back from the violent fucking criminals we call white. It would have stopped them. Let's go.
Church basement by cops. Plaquemine, Louisiana, where nonviolent marchers were tear gassed just for asking to vote. Now ask yourself, how long should a people take beatings before they bite back? Malcolm made it plain. He said, it is criminal to teach a man not to defend himself when he is the constant victim of brutal attacks. That ain't rebellion. That's restraint reaching its final limit. And here's what made him dangerous. He wasn't waiting on Washington. He knew the system wasn't broken. It was operating as designed. So he said, organize rifle clubs, be legal, be disciplined, but be ready. That terrified them, not because he was telling lies, but because he was telling the truth and daring black people to act on it. He didn't ask for violence. He asked for dignity and said, if no one else will protect him, we will. And that, right there, that was the line that made him a target. Malcolm didn't ask for a seat. He built a strategy. He spoke truth and paid the price, so we wouldn't have to keep repeating the same cycle. This wasn't noise. It was a blueprint. That brings us to yet another eye-opening one. Don't forget to like, share, and drop your thoughts in the comments section. We're always listening, and we grow from your feedback. If you haven't subscribed yet, go ahead.
That's the end of that one. So now we're going into, this is a half an hour long, we're going into Nation of Islam, was built by pimps, bank robbers, extortion artists, and killers. Elijah Muhammad's wives were hookers. That's true. Believe it or not, these are all people who knew the situation. The man was a pedophile. The man got involved with young girls, to whatever degree that may have been. There is a movie called Nine Wives, that movie. You're going to see that on YouTube. I'm going to have to look it up because I don't have it in my file here. All the videos I don't want to show, but it's quick. But I don't want to play it either here because you guys can see that movie. and make up your own fucking mind if you got a fucking brain or mind. All right. So it's beyond the pale that some of our leaders can think they can do what they want to do when they want to do it, how they want to do it, and that's not true. You must hold yourself to the highest of standard. Fucking around with kids, doing this, doing that, that was not necessary. That's what brought him down. So let's go into this one, and nobody respond. All right, that's cool. So let's get at it, and we'll be right back.
Before he went on his tour, he tried to ambush him, but he had some other brothers in the car, and they pulled off. They tried to ambush him.
So that's why December 63, because he left for Africa. Spring or something. So it might come out December 63.
So what happened was then the word got out that Yusuf Shah had gave the order. Now, Yusuf Shah was a snake, man. He was all right with me, but I knew how to treat him. See, Yusuf Shah knew that Jeremiah wasn't going to let that happen to him.
Now, you can see, I'm pretty sure you guys probably seen it. The nation created a 3-year plan to delete Malcolm X. Now, you know, if the man died, motherfuckers, it wasn't the FBI directly. It wasn't the CIA directly. But nobody can kill this man unless you allow it. I'm sorry, my kid's getting their ass whooped. But anyway, no, the only person that's going to allow that to happen is Elijah Muhammad. Let's continue.
See, you got to remember, Malcolm was in Philadelphia long before he got popped in New York. Are you aware of that?
I don't know a lot of the history of it. I do know he was there, but continue. Tell that. Yeah, go ahead. Tell as much as you need.
So, Fred, first, Malcolm was in Boston. Him and Yusuf Shah. They shot that up, and they left that to Farrakhan.
Okay, when he was in Boston, that's when he had his first girlfriend out of prison, right?
Yeah.
Talk about that.
So you talking about after he came in the nation, before he came in the nation?
Well, I know about the girlfriend that lived in the middle, because I read this autobiography, so I know that story. If you want to know that story about the young girl, go read his autobiography. I'm talking about her last name Williams. Was her last name Williams?
Yeah.
Evelyn Williams? Evelyn Williams? I don't know. There's so many names, dog. There's so many names that I gotta.
Let me explain it to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Evelyn Williams is one of the ones that Farrakhan brought on stage. That she wound up marrying Elijah Muhammad.
Right.
So now they try to make it like that Malcolm was chasing all these girls when he was in his mosque in New York. But it wasn't them. All those girls was leaving to go to Chicago to become private secretary for the Elijah Muhammad. Which a lot of them girls they used to get them to Chicago. Now, Fred, you gotta remember, when he left Philadelphia, he went to Boston. went to Connecticut. Then he went to Philadelphia. He was the assistant minister at Temple Number 1 under Minister Lehman. Minister Lehman. That's where he met that no good Yusuf Shaw. Excuse me, who wound up crossing. He said this thing was bigger conspiracy than what that rat bastard John Ali told. It was big. See,
Hey, you got time today? I'm gonna send you that interview, and I'm gonna send it to you for 3 hours. It's a 2-hour interview. I want you to watch it and call me back. You got time today to watch it?
I got time for anything that's benefiting me.
Yeah, you should
I
watch
always
it.
got time if it's benefiting me. I got time.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna send it to you today when we get done with the call. But before, can you go back to tell the story about Muhammad Ali? Malcolm X dating her, which led to Elijah Muhammad taking her.
Bill Fred, you know, from what I've seen, heard, and looked at, it was just like a pimp taking another pimp's girl. You know what I mean by that, right?
Yeah, so Malcolm X was the first pimp, and he was dating her, and then Elijah Muhammad took her probably because he had more money, more esteem.
Elijah was
But feel free to use your words because you said what you seen. So go ahead.
Malcolm was a street pimp. Elijah was a religious pimp.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm sorry. Say it again.
Malcolm was a street pimp in his time.
Right.
Elijah was a religious pimp.
Right.
For over 40-something years.
Right.
Plus, the position that he was in was better than Malcolm because he had more soldiers that he thought he had, but Malcolm was in charge of them soldiers. So when you look at it, Malcolm was more powerful than he was. If you wanna put it that way. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Fred,
what did you see?
None of it. I seen it all.
So share it.
I seen the power play. I just told you that.
Okay.
The power play, I went there. I just said that. I just told you that Malcolm was a pimp out the street and Elijah was a religious pimp. You can't put it no better than that. But see, Fred, you gotta understand. A lot of mothers wanted their children, their daughters. If you gonna do something, be with the ball. Wasn't Elijah the ball?
Elijah's the boss.
Okay. Malcolm was taking in charge, right?
Well, some might say Sharif was, but I get your point. He was the most popular, yes.
So
Raymond Sharif.
Raymond Sharif was a damn fool.
I'm just talking about on paper. Yeah.
He was married to the door. Mm-hmm. Raymond Sharif ain't had no power.
Okay.
He had no power. Listen, his son told you that. His son told you that his father didn't have no power. But he did that interview. When Imam Rafi Muhammad took over.
Right.
He said, I know how this thing went down. And I want you to understand, I was there. I know how it went down. So never underestimate. See, all them people, let me tell you something. All them girls that Elijah had them down and wives you talking about, all them girls was hookers before they came in the nation. They were street workers, right?
Wow.
Did y'all hear that? Did you guys hear that? When you come into power, religious, political, otherwise, or economic power, you got to be careful. You really do, because everybody that is so-called following you gonna give you some pussy if you go that route. And if you go that route, you're gonna end up in a very, very serious situation that you cannot clean your name from. Now he did not have 9 wives, because polygamy, I guess it's called. You can only have one fucking wife in America. If he had 9 goddamn wives, bitches, the FBI and the U.S. government would have been on his fucking ass, and that would have been it. Let's keep that on the up and up and clear daylight for what it is. The man was a religious pimp. Just like a lot of religious folks who go to these religious factions or what have you. I don't think I need Joe Osteen and others. They're pimping. If they're so motherfucking good at healing people, why don't you go to the fucking cancer ward, bitches, and to start there? So mix me with the bullshit. I'm tired of you niggas in the Nation of Islam or any other place pimping the shit out of our own people. And that's all it is. You just want some money. You're not serious about motherfucking thing. And that's a slight on the name of everybody or other people who are in the Nation of Islam who are really trying to do their job. I'm not saying all, but I'm saying the upper echelon. Now, if you know anybody that want to come on to my program, let me know. And we can go to round 2 with this motherfucker. But I'm quite sure I'm going to embarrass the fuck out of him. I don't give a fuck who it is. Wesley Muhammad, Nuri Muhammad, anybody Muhammad. I give no fuck. But let's continue.
So I'm telling you with public knowledge. A lot of them got arrest for prostitution. So I'm telling you something that you can go back in the archives and get free. That's public knowledge. I'm not going to tell you that I don't believe. I've told you many times. I fear no one but Allah. And I die on Islam. And I don't care about none of them people. I'm a real gangster. But I don't try not to go there. But the way it is, friend, so you got to remember that the nation was built up on pimps, hoes, robbers, gangster, dope sellers. Right. All us come out the streets, friend. All the members of the nation come out the streets. So the nation was made up of a bunch of thugs, bank robbers, extortion artists. Because I was one of them. You see where I'm coming from, brother? Absolutely. So to say that what we didn't do, right? So I ain't gonna sugarcoat it no more, Fred. We was a bunch of goddamn thugs. I'm gonna keep it real with you. We was a bunch of lost thugs, a bunch of damn fools, following a goddamn man instead of Fred. Some of us should have stayed in the goddamn church. Following Elijah, we was crazy for following Elijah. Bro, I'm gonna tell you this, man. Elijah didn't love nobody but Elijah. After the movie, Fred, a lot of people said Elijah didn't love nobody but Elijah. That's why I said public. When nobody from that area was gonna do nothing to you and your family, because I'm gonna let it happen. Because you did what you thought was right. There's a man, for 44 years, Fred, 44 and a half years off of people hard work, people protecting him. when he did that interview after Malcolm's death, Fred, he was scared to death. Are you aware that the next couple of days, Malcolm's soldiers burned down number 7?
Yeah.
Were you aware of that?
Yes.
So Elijah wasn't no gangster. He just had gangsters around him. And he had no good bums like your main man, John Ali. That's your man. Fucking rat bastard. He's no good for it.
So was Elijah Muhammad an agent? Do you think he was sent by the government, empowered by the government?
I think that Elijah crossed everybody that was with him to get there. Elijah was a Moor at one time. You knew that?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah.
He was a Moor. He was with all them guys, Silence and all them guys.
Let's hear that again.
Rat bastard. He's no good for it.
So was Elijah Muhammad an agent? Do you think he was sent by the government, empowered by the government?
I think that Elijah crossed everybody that was with him to get there. Elijah was a Moor at one time. You knew that?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah.
He was a Moor. He was with all them guys, Silence and all them guys. My whole thing, friend, is knowing what I know today, friend. I never would have joined the Navy, knowing what I know today. I'd have stayed a Moor. So to see, friend, how they did that man, and how they did his children, friend. Do you think his children is cursed, friend?
No, they're not cursed. I believe the community didn't embrace his daughters and his wife. You know,
Let me ask you about what's going on now. Alicia, now I really like her. I really like that young lady. The rest of the girls, I don't fuck with the girls, man. But they don't mess with me because they don't know where I'm coming from. They want to come to me and ask me a lot of questions, but they don't know how to. You know, the one that work at the UN, she knows me real well because there was a few fights back in the day. She wanted to go to the fights. I told Am that was Malcolm's daughter, and Am told his stepdaughter to give her some tickets. But Tyler, I don't fuck with her. She crazy. She thinks that she's smarter than me. I told her, I said, bitch, you would never be smart as me. I said, the only reason why you surviving is because of my love for Muhammad Ali. I ain't never liked her. After her mama said that shit on Oprah, I said, I want to talk crazy about Minister Jeremiah. I got something for him. I ain't never liked her.
And another thing, the NOI is not, threatened Muhammad Ali. For what?
Fred, I'm going to say this. And I ain't going to say I'm wrong or right, but Fred, when she said the same way they shot the shotgun, they got the shotgun back. Fred, if you ain't involved, you ain't going to say nothing like that. Am I right or wrong, Fred?
right, makes sense. That definitely makes sense.
So, Fred, this ain't what I'm saying to your man, Fred.
That's what she
They
said.
can go get the tape from when her and her daughter was on Oprah. And when Spike was in trouble and the network and the movie theater wouldn't give him no more money, he had to go to Oprah, Magic, and Mike on all of it. And see, now Oprah, yeah, I'm surprised Magic and Michael Johnson and Michael Jordan gave Spike some money to finish the movie with. Because first, the movie was too long, and what was the guy named that played Elijah?
Oh, yeah, I know you're talking about. Well, continue. I don't know his name.
Okay, He came to Yusuf Shaw. He got threatened. He came to Yusuf Shaw. Yusuf told him to talk to Farrakhan. Because some of Farrakhan had a minister in New York at that time by the name of Conrad Muhammad.
Conrad, yeah.
Conrad Muhammad. I think he was from uptown.
Right.
He said to me that, why are you saying nothing, man? Listen, Conrad, you don't know who I am, bro. So I said, ask your man. He just pulled up. I said, ask Yusuf Shaw, ask your boss Farrakhan about me. So when he found out, he said, you Jeremiah's captain? Brother, I'm sorry, brother. Can we talk, brother? The nigga, get away from me. You act like I was some bum standing around hustling. I said, bro, I'll rob all you niggas. This is 1990, 91, but Spike just getting started with the movie.
Right.
But you know the corner 143rd and Lennon?
Yeah.
Over the bridge where the ball field at?
Yeah.
I lived in that building there. I think some of your people might live in that building, older people. The senior building there called Bethune-Cookman.
Uh-huh.
Right across from the ball field.
Right across from the park. I used to play there, basketball.
Yeah, but they had basketball on one side. In the summertime, you remember when all the balls had softball teams.
Yeah.
When you were in New York, all the balls had softball teams in the summertime. So I'm sitting in there. At that time, Michael Spink's secretary was there. When she quit and went to work with DK, Michael Spinks and Butch Lewis gave me the part. Now, I stayed there for about a year or so. Then I went away. I went to the feds because I got knocked off, Fred, 2 weeks after forming Holyfield. That was April of 92 when the Fred of 91.
You know better than I do, dog.
I want to say 92, 91, 91 I was home. I want to say April 91. That's when April 19th of 91 they poured down Atlantic City because Ron Weathers was working with George and M had the contract and they gave me 10 ringside tickets. And that's how I got back on my feet. My wife had left me and I saw each ticket for like $750 a piece down Atlantic City. I got me a bankroll and I went to Vegas and I stayed in the Plaza Hotel downtown. And that's how I knew then. When I come back into New York, I'm arguing with Spike Lee. Because Spike's crazy. He said, listen, I said, man, listen. All that you're saying, you got to, I said, listen, Philadelphia ain't got nothing to do with this. He said, well, I'm going to call. I said, you ain't got to call Mr. Jeremiah. He walking in the salon restaurant right now. He in the restaurant. He said, Spike said, you don't know Jeremiah. Yusuf Shaw said Spike. He was Jerry's captain. He was Jerry's business captain. So they all knew about Sam Christian. Fred, you ever heard of a story of a guy named Major Coxton? Who? That was Major Coxton.
No.
He was a moving shaker and alleged that Jeremiah Chapman killed him in 1974.
No.
You never heard about the shootout at Club Harlem with the Muslims in Atlantic City?
Yeah, you told me about it.
So, Fred, we was real gangsters. Elijah was scared of Jared's crew. But what I will say, Fred, all that circle, all that, they tried to get guys out of Philly to do that work in 1965. But nobody would have okayed it because you got your own guys, 7, 12, 13. And you know, when Elijah came out of prison, he stayed in D.C. That's how he opened the doors of number 4. So people don't understand the whole dynamics of how this thing led up to this. When he was in number 1, when Big Red was in number 1, when him and Minister Lehman got into it, Yusuf Shaw called Chicago and told Elijah that he disrespected the minister. Elijah told him, he said, I know his weakness, and I put him there. Elijah, you didn't put nobody nowhere. You couldn't stay there because the police was on your ass. So you had to have somebody else there. You notice Elijah never left Chicago unless it was main, big outpouring meat. That's the only time he left Chicago. He signed Farrakhan and he signed Malcolm. Elijah didn't go nowhere. In the 60s, in the early 70s, till he died, Fred, did you see him anywhere?
Arizona and maybe Mexico.
That's where he was at. And then they're going to put it on his health. See, Fred, all that John Ali told you, man, I can't wait to watch it. If I watch it.
You need to watch it because it's going to be really good.
Well, Fred, it might be all right, but I ain't benefiting from it. I'll get to it. I'll get to it. But what I'm saying to you, Fred, the whole story is your people don't know. This was a 2.5 year, a 2.5 years until they finally led to assassinate this brother, man. Fred, this was an ongoing conspiracy. John Ali, a lot of stuff he didn't tell you from what I had before. And like today, Fred, you can't even get a hold of the kid. I can't get a hold of the kid. They got the kid staying. You see, they ain't bother me, Fred. See what I'm saying? Fred, the kid ain't even call you back no more, did he?
He called me back once, maybe twice. I got to call him.
But Fred, he's scared, man. They put pressure on him for talking about his father's Farrakhan. You see, they ain't putting no pressure on me. Why you think they put pressure on him and not on me, Fred?
You an OG.
And they know it. And Fred, and they know I bring the noise though. They know it. He Fred what it is.
Bring the
He
noise.
ain't got no help, Fred. They can do him any kind of way. And I don't like that, Fred. They treat this young man wrong. Fred, he ain't did nothing wrong.
No,
He has the right to talk about his father. See, Farrakhan got these guys around him, Fred. They don't know that it's almost over. That's what
it's over.
Fred, and everybody's saying Mustafa can't handle it. If Mustafa take over, Fred, the nation gonna be done. When Farrakhan go, they're gonna be done. I said it, Captain Leon Muhammad said it. When Lewis returned to God, y'all got to pay the price. There ain't gonna be no more savior thing in that shit, cause there ain't no savior no way. Allah's the savior. Farad ain't no damn savior. Farad was a European rep seller. See, that's how I talk to him, man, because I don't pay him no attention. But that's what it is, man. So the whole damn little prayer, all them girls, if you check their record prayer, all of them come out the street. So, see, I know the public knowledge. Now, what I will say, friend, Sister Claire was a good woman. She's a good woman, man. But the way Elijah dogged her, friend, he's gonna tell us don't fornicate and you fornicate.
Right.
That don't sound right. We can't. My wife can't wear no pearl coats in June, but your daughter can.
Right.
That's crazy. So, Fred, Minister James wasn't no angel. I don't know what Ali.
James Shabazz out of Temple 25. Right.
Yeah, I don't know what Ali told you about Minister James. That was Ali's minister. So, what did Ali said about 1973?
They came out of 25. He knew two of the other guys, in addition to Mustafa, and he just detailed it. He said He confirmed that that was him in the video with the trench coat on. They got the information from one of the killers. And did you ever run into the guy that got out of jail?
Which one?
The one that got out, he's still alive. One of the killers. I'm trying to think of his name.
Thomas?
Yeah, Thomas Hayer.
Yeah, you home.
Have you spoken to him?
No. I haven't seen him. They told me he asked for me, but they said if you find the cap wants some of that money you got. But they know I don't talk unless I'm getting paid for it.
Hey, that man should do a movie.
Because Fred, what I'm saying is you can do a movie. Who gonna touch it? Are you gonna touch it?
Hell yeah.
Would you bankrupt? Would you get him some investors, Fred?
Yep. Hell yeah.
Why would you do that? And he alleged he killed your brother. Why would you do that, Fred?
Historical purposes. I think it's important.
So you would do it on the side of history.
Absolutely. Yes. Clear the air. Lay it all out. Yeah.
Fred, but you know what, man? I gave you more than I meant to give. Down 3 years. And I have reaped no benefits. But so, Fred, do you think that John Ali played a more part than what he told you?
No, he's not.
See, John Ali, he didn't like Jeremiah soldiers because he knew he couldn't play with Jeremiah soldiers. Fred, what did he tell you about the captain, Raymond Sharif?
Man, you gotta watch the interview, dog. I'm gonna send it to you. You wanna watch it now?
No, I'll watch it. Just send it to me, I'll watch it. Okay. Fred, did you put up the other ones we did?
Put them up now. See the other one? I put up the ones that are about boxing immediately. But
Did you put up the one where I was talking about the organization, the World Boxing Bureau?
yeah.
Which one was that was on, Fred?
Man, I don't know, man. We so come on, man. No.
Listen, when my nephew, I'm gonna call my nephew, can I eat from your table?
Can you eat from my table?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna have my nephew send you a request. Send me that now, baby. Before I go to the gym, I'll watch John.
All right, I'll send it to you right now.
All right, I'm gonna have my nephew send you a request. All right, Fred?
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna have him send it to you right now.
Thank you.
All right, brother.
All right, now you heard it from inside information. The guy ain't lying. The guy is not lying. The guy is not lying. The guy is not lying. Hold on. Now this is the video that really did it for me. Malcolm X condemns Elijah Muhammad. So, you know, when you become a leader, you have to have a certain level of standard that you must follow. Fuck the bullshit. Fuck your motherfucking feelings, niggas. Fuck your goddamn thoughts. Fuck your emotion. I give no fuck. The information, the evidence is too fucking obvious. Malcolm X took the Nation of Islam from 5 temples to over 100. Khalid Muhammad killed as well, in my opinion, directly or indirectly, caused him to have a hemorrhage in his brain, an aneurysm. I don't know, but I would go along with that because there's too much dirt. Dirty ass niggas back then and perhaps now and the NOI. Not all. There are some well-respected speakers and the NOI who are truly trying to lift up and liberate black people, make them aware of their history, culture, language, and all of that. And the only thing that's lacking is their political and economic clout. Too much fucking money, man, is going in the pocket of Farrakhan and his mansion in Chicago. Too much fucking money. And so, just like this brother said, when he dies, he's 93? Somewhere around there. When he dies, what's going to happen to the nation? Who's going to step in? Who's going to kill who to make sure that whoever gets it, they are the supreme dog? Because that's what all of that was about back in the 60s. Jockeying for power. And when I tell you power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely, that is exactly what I'm talking about. And nobody didn't give a fuck. This man's life that you're seeing on the screen here deserved to live, deserved to see his kids grow up, deserved to live to be an old man, and we just celebrated his 100th birthday. So yeah, I am fucking pissed that you motherfucking niggas back then and perhaps now don't even want to clean house. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. We just here. You see, evil will always destroy itself in the end, and those who partake in it. Always, ALWAYS, and in always, ALLWAYS. It never fails. You can't do wrong and expect for right to come to you. It doesn't work that way. It never have, and it never will. These two were the longest videos, so we'll get right back. We'll get right into it.
Were too narrowly sectarian and inhibited, and because Elijah Muhammad had become blindly jealous of you and the personal following you had gathered.
I said the first part, but the last part, I didn't say that Elijah Muhammad himself had become blindly jealous. I mentioned that it was his family and the officials in Chicago. Everything that I said always was designed to protect Mr. Muhammad himself, primarily because the image that he had created was the image that enabled his followers to remain strong in faith and things of that sort. And I didn't want to see any adverse effect or negative result develop in the faith of all of his followers. Mm-hmm. But actually, despite the fact that I tried to protect the Muslim movement, if you notice, they use their newspaper to slander me and to label me as a hypocrite and as a rebel. And Mr. Muhammad himself said that I defected. Well, in reality, I never even left the Muslim movement. They put me out. And they put me out because of what I knew. And what I knew was told to me by Mr. Muhammad's son, Wallace Muhammad himself. They put me out and they put him out.
Well, now, first of all, let's find out what it is that Wallace Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad's son, told you.
Well, number one, if you notice, the stick that I always used in presenting, representing, and defending the Muslim movement was the fact that it had the ability to reform the morals of the so-called Negro community. It eliminated drug addiction, alcoholism, fornication, adultery, loose sexual behavior, which meant that it eliminated bastard babies, illegitimate children. Well, as long as I knew that this was what it represented and it gave me a strong stick, I could represent it and defend it. But we had a law which was that whenever any Muslim became involved in any kind of sexual relationship with someone to whom they weren't married, that person would be brought before the Muslim community, humiliated, and then isolated for from 1 to 5 years. This was our law. Well, in 1954, a teenage sister left Detroit and became one of Mr. Muhammad's personal secretaries. And there in the Chicago office, she became pregnant after being there for a year. And she was brought before the Muslim community and humiliated and isolated. And a year later, another secretary, this time
And nothing happened to Elijah Muhammad. Ain't that a bitch?
one from Lansing, Michigan, came to Chicago. She also became pregnant. She was brought before the community and humiliated and isolated. And because the other person was never brought forth during this court session, it was concluded by all of Mr. Muhammad's followers that it was a non-Muslim who was the other party. Well, we grew so rapidly until that in 1957 or 58, the secretarial staff was expanded to, I think, 8 teenage sisters. In 1959, 6 of them disappeared. 2 of them reappeared in Philadelphia about 2 or 3 months later, and they were all right. The other 4 reappeared in 1960. All 4 of them had babies. All 4 of them had become involved with someone and become pregnant and had these children. So it was, from what I now know, when the 4 of them got back to Chicago and began to compare notes, they found that the same man had told all of them the same story and had made all of them pregnant. That the same man was the father of all 4 of their children and had also been the father of the children brought forth by the 2 secretaries who preceded them. So this story was kept among these sisters until 1962. 2 of them rebelled against the person who was responsible and began to tell the story all over the city of Chicago. It caused many of the Muslims in the Chicago mosque to leave and go back out in the street. They knew it, and I knew nothing about it until 1963 when Mr. Muhammad's son, who had been in prison, came out, and he had been a minister. He was very religious and spiritual. And when he began to hear these rumors around Chicago, he went to one of the sisters, and the sister admitted to him that the rumor was true. And it was he who first told me about it. And when he told me about it, I wrote to Mr. Muhammad and told him about it, and he admitted that he had a knowledge of it, and that he'd given me a religious explanation that would fit into prophecy and all of that. So I was quiet. And it wasn't until October of 1963 that it came up again. And when it came up again, I realized that the same person who had made these other sisters pregnant was still busy doing the same thing. He hadn't stopped. 2 of the sisters had 2 children by the same man, and one of those 2 sisters was pregnant still, getting ready to have a 3rd child by the same man. So when it was known among the Chicago officials that I had a knowledge of this, they became very fearful of me. They became very antagonistic toward me, and they had to do something to diminish the authority that I had, for fear that if this became public knowledge, the followers would leave the Muslim movement and follow me. And it was at that time that they used the statement that I made against President Kennedy as a pretext to cut my authority, and some other things happened that finally produced the split, or forced the split. And when I made the split, the only reason that I didn't make this public knowledge was I knew the implications, and I felt that if the Muslims who were in the Nation of Islam knew it, that which enabled them to be so strongly religious and exercise moral discipline would be shattered, and it would cause all of them to go right back and start doing the things that they had been doing previously.
Who is the father of all of these various children whom you have enumerated?
The first one to tell me who the father was Wallace Muhammad. He told me that the father was Elijah Muhammad himself. One of the sisters, he went to the home of one of the sisters, and when he walked in the door, she said, "I want to let you see something." And she showed him her child. She said, "Here's your brother, and your father is the father of this child." And then I questioned the sisters myself, because I was shook up. And they admitted to me that Elijah Muhammad was the father of their children. And I took it to him. And it was at that time he told me that he was Muhammad, the prophet, and that Muhammad had 9 wives. He also told me that he was David. He was the modern David. And it's...
Man, now, see, look. This nigga was crazy. He was drunk with power. And, you know, the pussy came. Pussy. You gotta be careful, man, when you get your power up, your money up. You just can't be out here running and doing what you want to do, knowledge you want to do it, but you have to face the consequences, you stupid motherfucker. God damn. This is so fucking obvious that the Nation of Islam has not cured this shit yet. You need to admonish posthumously Elijah Muhammad, just like we need to do in America with FDR. He was the one who got us in World War II. He was the one who ushered in the Japanese planes and everything else that destroyed the Hawaiian base in Oahu. He should be posthumously done, impeached. Man, oh man, man, oh man, oh man.
That he was the modern Solomon, and that it was meant for him to fulfill today all of the things that they did back then.
And how many of these illegitimate children did he father with the sisters?
Well, he made 6 sisters pregnant. They all had children. 2 of those 6 had 2 children. One of those 2 is having a child right now. I am told that there is a 7th sister who is supposed to be in Mexico right now, and she's supposed to be having a child by him.
So
For
that's
one thing, when
15.
you first separate from your wife, it's a physical separation,
He
but
ain't
it's not
took care of none of
psychological.
them.
You still have feelings for her, and you protect her. But after the physical separation has taken place for a while, it becomes a psychological separation. It was the same way with me and the Muslim movement. When I first separated, it was a physical separation, but my feeling was still there. And it was only after my trip into the Muslim world and my pilgrimage to Mecca that I really was able to exercise the objective approach to it that enabled me to see that something had to be done to bring this to light. Otherwise, a whole lot of innocent people would be killed needlessly.
Well, these revelations that you are now making about Elijah Muhammad, what effect should they have on his following?
Well, I very much doubt that any of his followers who really are aware of what he has done would continue to follow him. He may try and justify it by saying that he's a Muslim, and that a Muslim has a right to these wives. If this were the case, these sisters should not have been humiliated. These sisters have been looked upon for the past 5 years, or 6 years, or 7 years as being guilty of having committed fornication. They have been debased. They have been degraded. I have heard him himself refer to them as having disgraced him. So if they were his wives, he should have given them a position of respect so that all of his followers would respect him and that they would have the protection of his followers today.
Well, do you feel that you then perhaps now should take over the leadership of the black Muslims?
No, I have no desire to take over the leadership of the black Muslims, and I have never had that desire. But I do have this desire. I have a desire to see the Afro-American in this country get the human rights that are his due. I believe that the Islam religion is the best religion for our people because it creates unity and it gives one dignity and.
I think he went south on that one. The best fucking religion is the truth. The Enforcement Act, Civil Rights Act, and bonds with the win. Bonds for the win.
Racial confidence and all of these things that are necessary to make a complete human being.
Are you not perhaps afraid of what might happen to you as a result of making these revelations?
Oh yes, I probably am a dead man already.
What do you mean?
When you understand the makeup of the Muslim movement and the psychology of the Muslim movement, as long as if I myself, by having confidence in the leader of the Muslim movement, if someone came to me and I had no knowledge whatsoever of what had taken place, and they told me what I'm saying, I would kill them myself. The only thing that would prevent me from killing someone who made a statement like this, they would have to be able to let me know that it's true. Now, if anyone had come to me other than Mr. Muhammad's son, I never would have believed it, even enough to look into it. But I had been around him so closely, I had seen indications of the reality of it. But my religious sincerity made me block it out of my mind.
Have you received threats on your life?
Oh yes, I first received threats on my life in December.
Motherfucker. He's telling you from your goddamn fucking straight ass, right from the fucking mouth. The Nation of fucking Islam, at the behest of Elijah Muhammad, and even at Farrakhan, were calling upon his death. Dirty motherfucker.
That's in December. No, not in December. In January, when it first became known that I had come back to New York and told the captain of the fruit in New York, who was my right-hand man formerly, and also the secretary of the New York Mosque and the minister in Boston. When it became known that I had told them, then an effort was made to shut me up. One brother encouraged to go out to my house and shut me up. And fortunately, it was a brother who was well capable of doing so, but it was a brother who was highly intelligent. He was academically equipped to think for himself. And what he was told to do didn't add up. And fortunately, he was the one who put out a feeler to me to find out what was wrong. And I opened his eyes. And then he opened the eyes of the same crew whose job it is to do this kind of work.
You mean he was going to kill you?
Oh, yes. One of them was, an attempt was made to get one of them to wire my car with an explosive. That one is with me right now. Well, fortunately, while I was among the Muslims, I never lived beyond my means, and I have learned how to live within me. And I still have the clothes that that was provided for me at that time. I'm in the house that was provided for me, although we're in a court battle, they're trying to get it back. And I have made this statement to them concerning the house that they could have it. If they would take me back, that they would permit me to come before the Muslim movement, the rank and file, and explain or defend myself against all of the charges that they've made against me, they could have the house. But they are going contrary to their own laws by standing up in the mosque and indicting me, but never giving me a chance to defend myself. And they say that no one can judge me but Mr. Muhammad. In this case, Mr. Muhammad can't sit as judge because he's involved in the case.
Elijah Muhammad says of the Muslims, we carry no arms, and we do not seek to win victory with arms. We do nothing to others that we would not have done unto us.
The two brothers were sent after me with revolvers by Joseph, the captain of the fruit in New York. They were armed. When a Muslim is attacked, and you'll find this to be the pattern, when the Muslims were attacked in Monroe, Louisiana, Elijah Muhammad gave no signal to anybody across the nation to come to the defense of their brothers. When our brothers were attacked in Los Angeles, again, Elijah Muhammad gave no signal to anybody to come to the defense of those brothers. Never have the Muslims anywhere in the country gotten any kind of instruction from the national office or headquarters on how to defend themselves when they are attacked by outsiders.
Ain't that a bitch? Elijah Muhammad turned on his own people. Elijah Muhammad turned on his own people. Elijah Muhammad was not black first. Stupid niggas. Stupid niggas. You're hearing it from his fucking mouth, bitches and bastards. You're hearing it from his fucking mouth. This man was a true fighter for the nation of Islam. Elijah Muhammad, no. Bullshit artist, con artist, and a religious pimp. Let's keep going.
The only times the Muslims have ever been given any instructions to commit violence is when that violence is directed against the fellow Muslim. His followers are violent against Negroes.
Against Negroes?
Yes, his followers will go out and attack another Negro, like they will attack me, or they will brutalize a fellow Muslim who breaks the law. But you don't find those same followers going out and becoming involved in the Negro struggle in any way whatsoever. Now, the violence that he accuses me of.
You just fucking heard him. This man is coming and talking from the grave. His spirit is still in the air.
It's my tendency to want to participate in the struggle of the Negro at all levels. This is what he calls violence.
One question before we go further with that. Has Wallace Muhammad left the black Muslims?
Wallace Muhammad was put out of the Muslim movement right along with me.
As far as you are concerned, you will accept the fealty, if you will, of any Negro anywhere under any conditions.
You have to define fealty.
Well, you want them to give you their loyalty.
Not me, their loyalty. I'm not seeking for the loyalty of any Negro, but I am seeking for Negroes to learn how to be loyal to themselves.
There you go.
When the Negro learns how to be loyal to himself, our problem is pretty well solved.
Minister Malcolm, you have suggested that there are all kinds of movements in Harlem growing that you and I don't know about.
Oh yes, frustration itself has been sufficient, all that was necessary to make Negroes realize the importance of banding together, and Negroes are banding together.
Banding together in what kind of movements?
Different kinds of movements, all kinds of movements, and they remain almost invisible. They remain almost unknown, but yet they are there. When I say invisible, I mean invisible in the sense that their existence is unknown, and no matter how much you try and track them down, you can't find them. And never try and find them through the Negro leaders. The Negro leaders are famous as apologists. If you recall, one of the most famous Negro leaders in 1959 was asked by you about the Black Muslim movement. And he said he knew nothing about it. And the next moment, you flashed a picture on the screen with him shaking hands with me. So, if you will recall. So this is their policy. This is their attitude or their reaction. They never know what's going on in the Negro community.
And what form will the activities of these various so-called invisible movements take in Harlem this summer?
An example, Commissioner Murphy. Almost every statement that Commissioner Murphy makes would give you the impression that he's encouraging the police, rank and file policemen, that to take whatever method or measures necessary to hold the Negroes in check. He feeds the type of statistics to the white public to make them think that Harlem is a complete criminal area, that everyone is prone toward violence. This gives the police the impression that they can then go and brutalize the Negroes or suppress the Negroes or even frighten the Negroes. Whenever something happens, 20 police cars converge on one area. This doesn't frighten Negroes. So it means that someone is either misinforming Commissioner Murphy and making him use tactics this year that he would not use 4 years ago, or that the former policeman Kennedy would not use. And this force that is so visible in the Harlem community creates a spirit of resentment in every Negro. They think they're living in a police state, and they become hostile toward the policeman. They think that the policeman is there to be against them rather than to protect them. And these thoughts, these frustrations, these apprehensions automatically are sufficient to make these Negroes begin to form means and ways to protect themselves in case the police themselves get too far out of line.
You have called for self-defense units, rifle clubs, ready to execute on the spot those who threaten Negroes.
I don't think that I said that.
Yes, you did.
No, I don't think I said that.
All right.
I have called for rifle clubs that I think Negroes should, in areas where the police, whether it be federal, state, or city, have proven their inability or their unwillingness to defend Negroes, the lives and the property of Negroes.
Now, to defend Negroes, the state, local, and federal level, this is so fucking simple, guys. The Civil Rights Act of 1866, the Enforcement Acts, and bonds for the win. That's it. They're not protecting the very people of which we are written into the Constitution. It's not a matter of if they will do it. It's not a matter if they may do it. It is mandated, stupid niggas. Stupid niggas, wake the fuck up. I'm sick and tired of you goddamn motherfuckers. All you do is talk shit. Oh, I'm black first. We gotta stick. Nigga, you ain't sticking together nothing. Stick your fucking finger up your goddamn ass, take it out, and suck it. That's what the fuck you gotta do. Sit your fucking dumb ass down, because you don't know what the fuck you talking about, bitch. Fuck all you motherfuckers. I am sick and tired of it. The solution is real fucking easy. But stupid niggas always make it difficult.
Then it's only intelligent and it's only right that Negroes protect themselves, and I have encouraged them. To buy a rifle and a shotgun, which according to the Constitution is legal.
For what purpose?
Not buy a pistol or something like that, but a rifle or a shotgun, which is constitutionally legal.
For what purpose?
So that at any time, anyone makes any effort whatsoever to brutalize them or attack them or endanger them, they should have something to defend themselves. And in a country that spends, I think, $50 billion a year for defense alone, I'm shocked that there's apprehension over Negroes trying to do something to defend themselves.
Well, who will
Let's hear that again.
Anyone makes any effort whatsoever to brutalize them or attack them or endanger them, they should have something to defend themselves. And in a country that spends, I think, $50 billion a year for defense alone, I'm shocked that there's apprehension over Negroes trying to do something to defend themselves.
Well, who will determine when the Negro is endangered?
I think that if the government is concerned, instead of being so worried about what the Negro is going to do, the government should stop dragging its feet and take the initiative necessary to eliminate the injustices that frustrate Negroes and drive them into a method of defense such as this.
You've said, Minister Malcolm, you have to expect the Negroes to rise up sooner or later.
Oh, yes.
What does that mean?
Well, just the same thing that it meant in South Vietnam and these other places where you find oppressed people. Sooner or later, they rise up against the oppressor. When the Jews were being brutalized in Poland, there came a time when they couldn't take it anymore, and they fought back. They didn't have too much to fight with, but they fought back. And I think every oppressed people, no matter how meek and humble they are, after you drive them so far, they're going to strike back.
Well, does that mean that you expect to organize battalions or paramilitary units in various Negro ghettos around the country and establish this coming summer for violent action?
No, but I think that most Afro-Americans, so-called Negroes, have reached the point of no return and are taking it upon themselves to be prepared if the necessity ever arrives where they will have to do something to defend themselves.
Well, there was talk a month ago, you remember, of a group in Harlem called the Blood Brothers, who left the black Muslims when you did, and then later parted company with you, we are told, because the tactics that you espoused were too mild. What do you know of them, the Blood Brothers?
Well, I certainly wouldn't apologize for them. I think that the approach, if such a group as Blood Brothers exists.
Does it?
I say I think all Negroes are blood brothers. Every Negro I know is my blood brother.
Oh, but Minister Malcolm, we're talking about a group said to number up to 400, probably more, who confess themselves to be anti-white as you are. They disbelieve in nonviolence as you do. One group among them is said to believe in violence, even in murder, almost for violence sake. Another group among them are said to believe in violence only for retribution, to strike back.
Well, if such a group as the Blood Brothers exists, it doesn't shock me. I would only be shocked at white people being shocked, because the conditions that prevail, Mike Wallace, are such that it's a miracle that such group hasn't formed a long time ago.
But do they exist to your knowledge?
I think every Negro in Harlem is a blood brother, whether he admits it or not. Find dissatisfied Negro, that's Harlem. And whereas 20 years ago, when you'd have a little race riot, it was confined to a community. Today, Mike, you have any kind of racial explosion, it will engulf the entire city, and it will have a chain reaction effect of spreading from city to city and on an international scale from country to country. And I, for one, would not like to see it happen, but I am a realist enough and I'm man enough to face the fact that the potential ingredients for this explosion exist, and I will never try and make the public think that it doesn't exist. Well, when you walk through the streets of Harlem, you hear this comment and that comment. You get the impression that everybody is ready.
They have arms?
I think Harlem has always been armed.
Do you look for violence in Harlem this summer?
I do look for violence. When you say Harlem, mind you, Harlem is New York City. Queens is Harlem. Brooklyn is Harlem. The Bronx is Harlem. Westchester is Harlem.
I mean, could you not become the leader of this kind of a group?
Which kind of a group?
A violent group.
It's not a case of becoming the leader of a violent group. I don't think any group, even that's ready, wants violence. It's a case of...
Is this not, Minister Malcolm, a call to action of sorts that you are raising here and now?
I don't have to raise a call to action. And this is what I'm trying to make white people see. They have lost their ability to be objective where the race problem is concerned, primarily because they know that no real meaningful results have come from the Negro struggle. And in defense of this, they always call it or label it violence.
You really believe that any meaningful result is going to come from violence?
It's not a case of violence. I think that, see, if you could get away from looking at it as violence, then you would be objective and see that actually all it is a tendency to react to what they are confronting. White people don't realize how frustrated Negroes have become.
I think they have come to understand the Negro's frustration, but they are also of the opinion that no good can possibly come from violence.
If they are of that opinion, Mike, if you think that the powder keg that's in your house is going to explode under certain conditions, either you have to remove the powder keg or remove the condition. You can't stand there and label the powder keg as an enemy when you have the ability or have it within your power to change the condition, and it won't explode.
Do you know of any contingency plan for action?
No, I know of none. But I don't think if you go and study the history of oppressed people, usually their initial action is not a plan. Usually it's a reaction, and it's on the part of a few, and then everybody gets right on in with it. And I think you'll find that if Negroes ever have to resort to any kind of physical action to defend themselves, many white people will be on the side of Negroes. Many white people are fed up with what the Negroes suffered. And this is what I had to become aware of on my pilgrimage to Mecca. I could see then that there are many white people in this country who will side with the Negro in whatever he has to do to protect himself.
You have changed your attitude about the white man in the United States to some extent.
Well, I've broadened my scope. Travel broadens your scope. It gives you a wider understanding. And I have, in my many lectures on college campuses, seen many whites, even as a black Muslim, whose reaction to much of what I had to say showed me that they were genuinely concerned. Some weren't genuinely concerned, but many of them were. And this element is increasing.
But that's a considerable change of opinion in Malcolm X.
No, today I'm speaking for myself. Formerly, I spoke for Elijah Muhammad. And everything I said was, Elijah Muhammad teaches us thus and so. I'm speaking now from what I think, from what I have seen, from what I have analyzed, and the conclusions that I have reached.
And the white man is no longer the devil, and he is no longer bound to be evil.
The Holy Quran teaches us to judge a man by his conscious behavior, by his intention. And my reason for going to Mecca was to get a better understanding of the religion of Islam and what the Quran teaches. So I judge a man by his conscious behavior. I am not a racist. I don't subscribe to any of the tenets of racism.
Then there are good whites and good blacks and bad whites and blacks.
It's not a case of being good and bad, good or bad blacks and whites. It's a case of being good or bad human beings.
Now let me get on out of here. And we got a few. I'm gonna stick it out. You know I get tired. But look. I really want to hold off for my final comment before I shut down the program. But like I said, power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. And when that person is not ready to lead, they are open to a lot of temptation. Unfortunately, Elijah Muhammad fell for it. Unfortunately, Minister Farrakhan fell for it. And now that blemish, that stain, that hole that the Nation of Islam, with a lot of good people, need to be filled up with graciousness, integrity, honesty, kindness, and the willingness to do the work to bring it all back out of that hole of disdain. If not, then, the Nation of Islam will go around and go around and go around in a circle. So here we go. It said Elijah Muhammad used Farrakhan and Malcolm X order. Elijah's daughters wanted Malcolm deleted. Man, look, it's too obvious. Hold on.
This genius trick cools any room in 90 seconds for nearly zero.
Yeah, I guess they were, because they were there.
Well,
I seen them.
hold on.
I seen them myself. So it's what?
Hold on.
It's what?
I said Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries. And can you expound on that?
Yeah, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true. It's all true.
This is the film, 9 Wives.
Messenger.
A good movie.
You convinced us that you were the last messenger.
Nine Wives is called.
How many other bastard children do you have?
Oh, you on your way to 25?
Yeah, it's gonna cost you later, but
Now look at what it said. Elijah Muhammad's sons were in the streets dating white women. But wait a minute, I thought these were the devils who gave the order Elijah Muhammad or J. Edgar Hoover to kill Malcolm X. Is Ben Crump using Malcolm X for famous? Of course he is. But let's get through this. I think we'll be pretty much done with all of the big videos. Oh, this is 17 minutes. I'm gonna take it out. I want to take it out with you guys, and because it's too important to not see what needs to be seen and wake you niggas up. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh, Farrakhan and Mitch role in killing. So you know what? It's not allowing me to show it, so I'm gonna copy it and then put it into the comments where you can look at it. But that was damn near in itself. So we can get rid of that. 5 minutes, 13 minutes. The unknown partnership of the KKK and Elijah. Why is he partnering with these motherfuckers? Okay. But this guy in the barbershop conversation, he has a lot of good information. When will Farrakhan say Malcolm X was right about Elijah Muhammad? Okay. And then, yeah, okay, I can do this one. So, let's go at it.
going on to 25, bro. I gotta go to the cornerstone of the Nation of Islam. The cornerstone.
The cornerstone. So mosque number 2 is not the cornerstone?
No, mosque number 2 is on the corner. But see, why John Elijah Muhammad called 25 the cornerstone? You a smart guy. Why you think he called it the cornerstone? You don't know?
It's on the corner?
You're a smart guy. You're very smart to be a basketball coach. You're very smart. But what I will say is that you know, somebody called me and told me that they saw Mustafa's children. You know, I haven't seen them since they were kids.
Wow.
But one of them, the brother that called me, he said one of the boys, I guess it's his boy or his nephew, asked us, is the captain still around? I said, yeah, the captain always around. So I need to see the captain. So they called Ali. Because they know I come for Ali. So I'm going to Ali's office. And do you know what Ali do?
Yeah, he works in the schools. The school.
You know what? He owns a couple of
Absolutely.
Islamic schools.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So now, Craig, do you believe One question. I know I'm going to have to answer the question. I know you don't really know, but you weren't thought about 1965. Do you believe that Brother G knew that this was going to go down? From what you read, from what you heard, do you believe that Brother G knew that it was going to go down that Sunday at the ballroom?
Gene, his bodyguard?
Yes.
Yeah, the police. I believe the man that gave him CPR.
No, that was his assistant, not Brother G.
Okay. Gene's last name is what?
Shit, I forgot his last name. I know him.
Okay.
Necesitas impulsar tu negocio. Ahorra al comprar un plan de correo electrónico que coincide con tu dominio de GoDaddy y demuéstrale a tus clientes que vas en serio. Construye un negocio online de éxito con la ayuda de GoDaddy.
I'm sorry about that.
If we're talking about the light-skinned man, right?
Yeah. The bodyguard.
Yeah. The former police officer, right?
Right.
Okay, great. I just want to confirm so the people know where to research at. The reason why he was found is because he was in the paperwork for the Black Panther Party as well. I'll say he knew the bigger operation, meaning that what his job entailed as it pertains to like wanting to get information, which will ultimately lead to the murder of Malcolm X. So he's as guilty as the men who pulled the trigger, because he had many opportunities to tell Malcolm X, "Hey, I am working for Boss." It was called Boss at the time, and I'm doing this because I am a young police officer, and this is the job that they told me. So I'm just letting you know. But he didn't either. So he's as complicit to the murder of Malcolm X as Mustafa and Leon and
well,
Thomas Hayer and the rest of the men that murdered Malcolm X.
Well, he was the one that shot Thomas Hayer.
Yeah, right. He was.
So now if you look at it, I'm gonna tell you what I know, not what I heard.
Okay.
They didn't really fill him in.
Right.
So when you look at the dynamics, of it, I don't think he really knew the standard of it. He knew, but he didn't know the standard of it. See, you got to understand, in New York, Yusuf Shaw carried a lot of weight. He didn't carry, even though he was the regional captain, he didn't have no weight. And now all of them, like on down south, but when it came to Philadelphia, Baltimore, and New Jersey, he had some weight in certain part of New Jersey, but he didn't have no weight in Newark. Captain John, see, nobody never told you about Captain John. Captain George, at that time, he was Ali and Murad Muhammad's captain. Captain John wasn't the captain yet. When he took side against Farrakhan, when Farrakhan came over there and talked bad about Malcolm, Captain George took sides with Malcolm. And he went against Yusuf Shaw, so they called Raymond Sharif, to my understanding, to my knowledge, Raymond Sharif sat him down and made John the captain. Muhammad Ali couldn't stand Captain John, because he didn't want none of his guys around Ali, like Murad, Ali, and all of them. Ali never was into that. Ali was a clothes man. We told you that.
Yeah.
He sold suits to Ali, Jean Kilroy. He had dresses for the women. Ali was a merchant at that time. You know, he knew all the gangsters. He knew everybody. He knew Mustafa and all of them. They loved the little. They called him Little Kenny. His name was I think it was Kenny 14X. They called him Little Kenny. But Ali, I don't know if he told you about his brother getting killed in the street.
No.
Okay, fortunately. But his mother, Miss Alberta, she was straight up. She was all right. Mama Alberta was a good woman.
Right.
And what happened was, at that time, Mustafa was a force to be reckoned with. Then they had Osman Sharif, who just passed. He respected Mustafa, but Osman, Frank Nine, they had their problem. They all loved Ali. They kept Ali away from that man, like Imam Shamsuddin, my father-in-law, kept me from all that man. You know, I was doing my thing the other era, but that man wrote it down. He didn't allow me with that when he was the captain and when he was the imam. So when you look at it, all these guys feared Mustafa and Sam Christian. I don't know if you know the story about Sam Christian.
Yeah, you told me about him. I have it in the other videos that I haven't released yet. Yeah.
Sam was the one that
got Bernard Hopkins, right? He was the one that fronted Bernard Hopkins, right?
No, that was Nudie Mims. That was Nudie. That was Big Almin. Almin was the one that they alleged committed a crime, I think January 1971, on a Jewish furniture store. He got life, the Jewish lawyers got him out, and then he went back in. So what happened was, all these guys, except Sam, all these guys up and down the East Coast, they feared Mustafa. But Mustafa, you know what I'm saying, he was all right with Sam, with Bayard. Because he knew that Bayard had a squad that he didn't have. Because Bayard said, listen, if Malcolm would have listened to us, he came to Philly, they'd make him in the test. Because they feared Jeremiah. You got to remember that Malcolm taught in Philadelphia. So when you look at it, continue off our conspiracy, don't people know it was a wide world conspiracy against this man. See, the daughters just hit this, they ain't even hit the surface. They don't even know what happened. All the town know that she was there until the gun blazed. They don't know why the gun was blazing. They don't know what caused the gun to blaze. In order to know something, you got to know, or in order to know something, you got to know what caused it, why it was ordered. Then get the surface. See, Ben Crump, he's a $2 hook and a lawyer, man. He's hustling.
Right.
Ben Crump, he's worse than all them political motherfuckers put together. He's hustling, man. He loves it. Niggas don't come see him. The guys is out. They got a bunch of money from New York State. Leave this shit alone, man. Fred, trust me, this shit go deeper than anybody know, bro.
Usted está buscando cómo emigrar legalmente a los Estados Unidos. Quédese atento.
I ain't telling you people what I heard and what I know. I was in the mix. Not in the mix in 1965, but I was in the mix to know what happened. And Fred, I'm a politician. Not only Fred, every police on the East Coast had files on Malcolm. He never had no problem in Philadelphia when he came to Philly to speak number 12 because the brothers loved him. Even he called us alligators, he was wearing gangsters, but he knew we had his back. See, people want to look over Yusuf Shaw. Shaw was a dirty motherfucker, man. I dealt with him because he was a Muslim. And that lady was a damn fool. But when you look at it, Fred, you have to, your people, they all gearing up for the 100th birthday. They don't really know the half of it, right? They don't know the half of the conspiracy that got this man killed February 21st. They don't know the half of it. When you look at it, the climax, see, this motherfucker used his own daughters. He used his own daughters to create the conflict. When Imam Warki would come home, he was so disgusted with his father. He said, I'm done. And went on the sunnah. Akbar.
Man, Elijah Muhammad used his own daughter. Ain't that a bit?
The thing is, all of that, them niggas was hustling in the street. They didn't care about what Herbert was the only one standing on post, him and Junior. But the other boys, them motherfuckers was in the streets, man. They had white women. They were paying the pound because they didn't know it was all bullshit. So when you look at it now, when the last time you heard somebody talk about Elijah?
only me.
Nobody talks about this guy.
Right.
Now, Fred, this October, Elijah would have been 100 and what?
Shucks. 19.
He's been gone 50 years. He's been 120 something, right?
Yeah, right.
He was 77. He was 77.
When was he born? 1877, 1898. When was he born?
October 7th, 1897.
1897, yeah, 97.
He was 77 and 75. And he's been gone 50 years. So he'd have been 117, Fred, 120 something?
Right.
127, right?
Right.
So now this man been gone 50 years. Don't nobody talk about him, but they still talk about Nomadou Ali. They still talking about the Moors. Of course, I know all about the Moors. I just don't talk about it. But it is what it is. So going back to 25, see 25, the brothers in 25, I don't know if Ali Muhammad told you or not. Ali is my little brother Kenny 14X. Ali, that's his town. He's the director of housing for the mayor. He went to mayor. But did you know that Mustafa was with Cory Booker?
Yes, I saw it in a documentary, Who Killed Malcolm X.
Yeah. Now, that brother that was in there sitting on the seat, Alicia, she's smart. But Ben Crump got her thinking that this is not going to end the way Ben Crump and the rest of his last 5 daughters thinking it's going to end. It's not going to end like that, Fred. It's not going to end. They're chasing a pipe dream. Fred, do you know how buried this conspiracy is? Your grandkids are being college. If they ever find a conspiracy. Your grandkids won't even read the real files. It's so buried. See, people underestimate J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover, he was a bad homosexual man. He was very smart. Very smart. When you look at it, Fred, people want to blame the New York Police Department, Fred. It was out of their hand. Do you blame in your eyesight, all your digging, do you blame the New York Police Department?
I blame all parties.
Fred, if it comes down from J. Edgar Hoover, what can New York do?
I mean, you can always have a whistleblower, someone to intervene, someone.
But in 65, Fred, you thought there was anybody brave enough to blow the whistle on J. Edgar Hoover and live to tell about it?
Right.
So you have to look at it. See, a lot of journalists, I ain't saying like yourself, a lot of journalists don't understand everybody ain't willing to put their family life on the line to save somebody else's life.
Right.
So you got to think about Brother Gene had a family. They would have had somebody ran up to him and hit him in the back with a hot shot of heroin, kill him on the spot. So the man was put in a position that he shouldn't have been in. Like you just said, he should have told. But if he didn't tell him and Malcolm spoke on it, they would have killed him. So what you said is partially true, but you also ain't looking at that Brother Gene had a family.
Right.
But he did something. Got to give him credit. If he don't shoot Thomas Hare might have got away.
Oh, all of them would have got away.
All of them did get away.
Yeah, they did get away. 4 out of 5.
Yeah, but Thomas Hare. See, Norman them guys were scapegoats. But Fred, do you believe they were the scapegoat?
No, I believe they did it. I also believe that there was a group above them as well.
Hear what I'm saying, Fred. That's a question that I can't answer. That's a question I can talk about because I got it. But Ali would know more about it because they was all in the mosque with Ali.
Right.
They was older than Ali, but they was in the mosque with Ali. And Ali was a young soldier entrepreneur. You know, everybody loved little Kenny. But what I will say, that James Chabaz had a lot in it with Yusuf Shaw.
They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic or wooden cutting board, you need to hear this. I never post stuff like this, but I had to share. I cook almost every day, so we've gone through our fair.
And they used Minister Farrakhan. He ain't no angel. I love the minister. But they used him for his charismatic speaking, and they threw him a bone to run with, and he ran with it. Even Atala said he might have not pulled the trigger, but he created the climax. But they got to understand that Farrakhan didn't have no choice. If he ain't spoke when he spoke, they might have killed him too. So people looking at him as being a bad guy. But they got to look at all these guys that played a part for it. They had children in the family. So people don't want to look at that. They looking at the actual time, February 21st, at the ballroom in Upper Manhattan, 1965. They're not looking at the climax of it, not looking at it, why it happened and why it shouldn't have happened. They're looking at the guys that did it. They're not looking at the position that these guys that alleged did it put in it.
Right.
They don't know who really did it. You and I know, and Ali might know, Ali knows. But if you ask the average person, they don't know who Mustafa is. They don't know what he looked like in 1955. So a lot of people in the city of Newark saying that was Mustafa. Now I know it, Ali know it, a lot of soldiers know it. But if you look at it, Fred, you've seen the picture. You've seen this picture before he passed. Can you honestly tell that that's him?
No, I can't.
You going off of what his own people told you. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
So now you got it from a kid that he raised. So you can't help but believe it. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
So before you talk to Ali Muhammad, aka Kenny Poutine, was you in doubt until you got an actual person to say that was him?
It was more of confirmation than doubt.
So you wasn't in doubt before you talked to Ali.
No, I believe. I just got the confirmation. You know.
You just didn't have no proof.
Right.
Until you got it from one of his guys.
Right.
Now my question to you, Carolyn Kelly won't talk to you. I reached out to her people, She don't want to talk. She said, "Let my husband rest in peace." Do you think she had something that he told her, Craig?
Yes.
Do you think she should make peace with herself?
Yes.
Craig, we talking about a woman damn near now.
Yes.
I don't know. Ali knows how she is because she prayed. I was told that she still see. Here's the difference between you and Amir, the one that was on that documentary who killed Malcolm X. See, he went to Newark. He didn't know if it wasn't from Mustafa, they'd have left him in one of the alleys. Mustafa said, "Leave him alone. He don't know no better." And it's because Mustafa said he's a Muslim. He didn't know. See, certain things. See, Fred, I look at it this way, and I'm going on record. You can put it out now. I don't give a fuck. That Ben Crump don't know. He don't know what he's playing with, man. He's playing with fire and don't even know it. He think he got them law books gonna save Fred. You got some die-hard Elijah Muhammad soldiers still out here. They kids. You got some die-hard stupid guys that's following Farrakhan. They don't know them fools might go get Ben Crump. Certain things you don't say. Fred, all the death threat Ben Crump done got. You see it where you go, he got a bunch of motherfuckers around him. People don't understand, Fred, that it's a serious case. Why do you think Callan should tell her story? Why do you think she should tell her story and what her and her husband talk about? Why do you think that, Fred?
I think so she can live her latter days free. Two, you want
damn near 90, Fred.
Yeah, so about me. Two,
yeah.
History is going to reveal it at some point. But whether it's 100 years from now, 50 years from now. So I think it's best to get the first person account to set the historical record, you know. And I think it's important to get to heaven.
But Fred, but you got to look at it. She don't know much as his first wife. You got to win, Fred. You're a journalist. You don't know what his first. You don't know what his first wife. I believe, and Allah be my child, that this is a story that needs to be left alone. Don't get families involved, start the war between the two families. Now, do you think, Fred, there was any backlash from this that got the grandson taken out? What's your opinion on that?
Oh yeah, in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's all interwoven, you know. Yeah, short answer is yes.
Another question. I answer, you can't answer. Captain Sam, think you played a part in this?
Sam from Florida?
Mm-hmm. Captain Sam.
Captain Sam. I believe Captain.
Talk to his son now.
I believe Captain Sam.
Think about the in Miami. When he was there with Captain Sam, there was no love.
Now let me say this. I'm getting there. I believe Captain Sam was loyal first to Muhammad Ali, and then second, he was loyal to Muhammad Ali's money. Now let me explain what my reading suggests.
Please do.
Thank you. Why did you cancel your Midjourney subscription? I found this hidden AI that does everything I want for a one-time cost.
He doesn't like the historical perspective that Malcolm X led Muhammad Ali to the Nation of Islam. He wants the credit for raising, instilling Nation of Islam beliefs because he knows that his legacy can be attached to Muhammad Ali. Now, fast forward to what I don't know, but what context clues give me a level of common sense was Captain Sam, Herbert, and Elijah had a group, right? And he was in the know as to the relationship between Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X, and I strongly believe Herbert, Elijah, and Captain Sam mutilated and manipulated Muhammad Ali's perspective towards Malcolm X, and which ultimately led to their separation, and then ultimately led to the deletion of Malcolm X.
Okay. You got it down right, but I don't know who told you. But that's exactly what happened, to my knowledge, and to some of my sources. That was in 29 at the time. I never dealt with 29, other than the daughter that died, Captain Sam's daughter. The young man that me and you talked to, then what Yusuf Shaw said, what Jeremiah said. I never talked to Imam Shams Sabine about it, because Shams Sabine was the captain of Philadelphia. You know, Sam was the captain at that time. Sam Christian was the captain. Sam Christian was in his own world, doing his own thing. He didn't play a part in that. Captain Sam didn't play a part in that. Because Captain Sam, he was in, I believe, but he wasn't the captain at that time. We had another captain, that's Captain George, was our captain before Captain Sam Christian, the late Brother Bayock. He became the fourth in the streets and the fourth in the chapter number 12 under Minister Jeremiah. To whatever they did, they allowed Grand Book on Paradise. Alhamdulillah Alameen. But I wasn't a part of that. And any of your listeners think because I know a lot, but I was nowhere near in the power structure at that time. I was, as I always remind people, I was never a security captain. I was a business captain. But I was with the moving and shakers, but I was in my own world. But what I will say, Fred, Captain Sam won a straight arrow as people thought he would. You know, he was close to Farrakhan. You know that's Farrakhan's man. I don't know if you watch the tape, Fred, on Muhammad Ali when Farrakhan called O'Reilly and praised Captain Sam for bringing Muhammad Ali in. But people don't know before Ali came in, but Ali had the problem with fighting Doug Jones. Bumpy had Doug Jones. You aware of that, right?
Yeah, out of Harlem.
Yeah, Bumpy had the fighter Doug Jones. Bumpy had that. Now, we know in the last couple of years, Sister Mamie passed, right?
I don't know.
You from Harlem? But you know who Sister Mamie was, right?
His wife, correct?
Doug Bumpy's wife.
Yes.
And she said some things during her passing, during the movie of Frank Lucas. She tried to destroy Frank Lucas. It is what it is. But what I'm saying, all those guys was around Ali. And all those guys loved Ali, they loved Malcolm. What did Bumpy said? Bumpy went to the funeral home. And the funeral director, I think he's still around. But he's about 90-something now. And he said, what Bucky said. He said a few years ago, the Amsterdam News, you know the Amsterdam News, and he said that the way it went down, he said himself, used to show name all over. Do you think that Cap Sam and used to show conspired on when he was in Miami for the fight? Used to show didn't go to Miami. He was instructed not to go to Miami. Did you think Elijah played a part?
Oh, Elijah's the mastermind.
Elijah, do you think he gave the order or Junior gave the order?
Elijah gave the order.
And Junior just, I think, Prince, you're right. Junior just stirred them brothers up. And I just don't think, Prince, that Captain Sam had enough power to, even though he tried, Herbert have said this a many times, to squeeze Malcolm out. But when they got to Ali, and Ali said this himself at the camp, Evan Snowell, Gene Kilroy, and his brother still around, and Rockmine in Chicago. And before I get to Rockmine, he was unpleased. He wasn't pleased with his brother when he shot Malcolm. Do you believe that Rockmine know more than what he ever seen? Did you ever try to get to Rockmine?
I tried, but not as aggressively as I should, because I was going to call him, but he has a speech impediment, correct?
Well, it's not as bad as people think.
Okay, gotcha.
He's in Chicago. He's reachable. He was with his brother every step of the way.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if they're taking care of his brother. You know, Rockmine has to be about 81 or 82 now.
Right.
And Rockmine, I don't know about Ming and the other girls, but I know that the one twin that live in Chicago that married to a white lawyer named Mike Joyce, her and her children keeps check on Rockmine. Yeah. I know a lot of his cousins, his aunt that was the Barbara, her children keep a tabs on how Rockmine's doing. Rockmine 81, 82. And he's a little slow because he took a lot of punches in the ring. He was a decent fighter, not a great fighter, but he was a decent fighter. Angelo had him. Angelo didn't want him to fight, but he fought anyway. And he got beat by Terry Corey's brother. And up the end, Ali said, no more, I'll take care. But when you look at it, going back to Captain Sam, from you talking to his son, what perception you come up with Captain Sam?
Okay, let's talk about Captain Sam in another video. Okay, 1 second.
All right, you heard it. So let me stop that and get on out of here. Got a few left. I might just exclude one. Cause I'm getting tired. You know how I get tired, man, you know. But I'm gonna try to hold on. These ones are not that long. So I hope that you guys are seeing this for what it is. Because as a people struggling against all odds, thinking that we don't have no spades in our hand, we have all of the spades in our hand, but those few niggas who playing gatekeeping and taking out all the money while the masses are suffering when there is no reason to suffer. Now, I explained that earlier in the video. There's no fucking reason. Out of ignorance and letting somebody else decide what you need to do, how you need to do it, or whatever the case may be. Fuck all that now. Wake the fuck up. So let me go on here. This is the brother who owns a barbershop conversation. He said Farrakhan admits to having multiple wives, motherfucker. So he's not a true Muslim. You can't do that in America, motherfucker. The FBI, CIA, everybody be coming on your ass. Let's get to it.
Barbershop conversation, guys. Feel free to hit the subscribe button. So checks and balances is out now. Feel free, you guys see the link. Also, 9wives.movie. Go check that out because you guys might want to see that as it pertains to the subject matter. So I literally just got done watching like 5 minutes of Swan Song by Louis Farrakhan. And I'm going to tell you this. I remember having this conversation with DB.
Now, you gotta take a look at that. Checks, what is it?
Backpack giveaway.
Checks,
I said,
X,
Farrakhan
balances,
got more
that
than one
movie.
wife, and I use wives to make it the same conversation. No, he didn't believe me. I said, man, that man got so many kids out of, he done destroyed so many women's lives. Nah, he wouldn't do that. They tried to get him years ago on that. Well, here's what's gonna happen. If you have multiple wives, that's all I'm saying. Why have you been hiding them for so many years? Why have you only acknowledged Khadijah? Why, in the speech 7 years ago, you said you had 9 kids? They're going to do the same thing that they did with Elijah Muhammad. They're going to lie and call all these kids their wives because the parents want a piece now. Kids want a piece of that estate, and that's the reality of it, man. Money is going to exploit all that. That's why he called it the Swan Song, and he's attempting to prepare his congregation to protect him. That's the reality of it. But the reality is, these black leaders literally have destroyed more black women's lives than anyone. Like Future. Who else? Future. What else? Nick Cannon. And I mean, Elijah Muhammad and Louis Farrakhan got more baby mamas than Nick Cannon and Future.
Did you hear that? Elijah Muhammad and Louis Farrakhan got more baby mama.
And he denounced polygamy. He said, it's not built for you. You shouldn't do this. It's wrong. And Khadijah, she didn't want it, but he did it instead. The disrespect, the disregard for women is just insane. And we just sit here and we accept these false gods, these false prophets, these false leaders, and accomplices to murders. He said, and Mike Wallace, I contributed to the murder of Malcolm X. Mike Wallace said he was on the phone with the women. Malcolm X put him on the phone with the women, and he admitted to it. Yes, they were underage. But he's our leader.
Boom, underage for Elijah Muhammad. He's a pedophile, or was a pedophile.
He's forced his wife of 9 kids to live in silence, to live in pain. And he's telling them, don't let these news reporters tell you I was wrong. Don't. Go watch it. Go watch it, man. Go watch it, man. Farrakhan has betrayed and lied. And these people are going to wake up when he dies. You know, it's sad they had to wait this long, but you can't sell newspapers and survive. You can't sell bean pies and survive in today's America. This ain't the 60s anymore. This ain't Dorothy. This ain't Kansas, Dorothy. So I subscribe. Everyone go watch the Swan Song, and I appreciate Eric sending some E.L. Summers, man, the Gospel of Malcolm X, man. You guys go support his platform. He sent it to me because I couldn't watch no hours of Farrakhan, man. He's lied, man, and he's been a liar. He's lied. He's hid. If he had wives and kids with other, why has he hid them for 40 years, 30 years? Why hide them? That's your family. That's your blood. But here's
they're gonna do the same thing when they did to Elijah Muhammad. Those were his wives. So why aren't they in the will? Why they gonna have to go to court? They're gonna protect him, but the most beautiful thing about it is that the Nation of Islam is shrinking. They actually had it in the mosque, about a couple hundred people. And that's a good thing, because black people need to be independent thinkers. And instead of investing in that, you need to invest in your last name. You need to invest in the land. You need to invest and build a farm. You need to invest in building the state. Invest and build a house. Get your wealth up. Get your intellectual up. That is so important. We spend too much time as black people worshiping one man, worshiping your pastor, worshiping your priest, worshiping your imam, worshiping Farrakhan. We spend too much time. And then we get to 75 and realize, well, what? Family isn't working. And the reality is, Louis Farrakhan has lied for 65 years about the death of Malcolm X, and lying and hiding his wives, his kids, all gonna come out. You know, he called it the swan song, so he don't believe he's gonna live much longer. He didn't call it death. He says he's going away. Don't let these people fool you, because they're gonna apply that pressure. They are definitely gonna apply that pressure to all his kids and all his wives, and they're gonna tell the truth. And all the people that he's seen. Anyway, man, barbershop conversation, man. Feel free to hit the subscribe button. I'm about to just copycat because this is important, because the same thing's gonna happen. You know, Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, Ishmael, a kid out of wedlock. Barbershop conversations. Feel free to hit the subscribe button. We talk about raising black families. Men need to be fathers, and he's the father to his kids. Hit him. What father hides their kids? What father hides their wife? Barbershop conversation. Y'all don't want the truth. Y'all like sweet lies over sour truths. I'm gone. Checks and balances. Go get it.
All right, you heard him. Now, this is W.D. Ford and white women. Boy, I'm trying to. Oh boy, I'm getting kind of tired, you guys. So what I'm going to do, the short ones I'm going to run, but the longer ones I'm not. I'm just going to keep playing until I get tired. And if I get tired, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the videos that I'm not going to show in the comment, so you guys can do your own independent research or whatever the case may be, and make up your own mind. I'm not trying to influence nobody. You still want to be a part of the NOI. It's a great organization. We've gotten a lot of people off of drugs, prostitution, pimp, whores, whatever the case is. But the bottom line still is, don't worship nobody outside of you. Farrakhan is not that goddamn important. Where did the fucking money go? Where did all those tens of millions, if not over $100 million go? It went to his fucking pocket. So, I'm going to play this one. W.D. Ford was the white guy that established the NOI. So I'm going to take this by the short hairs, I guess, and I'll be right back.
If you like our content, please subscribe. Support our efforts. In this session, we examine W.D. Farad and white women. Black supremacists prefer blondes. The white man is the devil, taught W.D. Farad. Presumably, this applied to white women as well, or so it seems. After all, according to Nation of Islam lore, W.D. Farad claimed that his mother was a white devil herself, a Jewish, and a platinum blonde. It was as if she was the fusion of a Jewish woman and a German woman from the Wolfenstein, the elite guards, the special SS squads of the Nazis. This composite woman, his mother no less, embodied both hatred and lust, a concept that would have fascinated Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, the founding fathers of psychoanalysis. While one would expect a supremacist of color to practice what he preaches, promote endogamy and oppose exogamy by copulating, cohabitating, and marrying only women of the darker races, W.D. Farad did no such thing. If his father could father him with a white, blue-eyed devil, why couldn't he do the same? And that is exactly what he did, by fathering a son by a white woman, Wallace Dodd Max Ford, who might have been an anchor baby, namely a means of acquiring citizenship. Let us start with the case of Pearl Allen, also known as Pearl Dodd, Pearl Campagna, Pearl Enouf, and Pearl Foster. She had a lot of men in her life. She was born in 1897. She passed in 1960. Pearl Allen was born in Klamath County, Oregon, in the United States on March 20th, 1897. She was a tribally enrolled member of the Klamath Indian Tribe of Oregon, a federally recognized First Nation. She married Fred Dodd, a foreigner, on April 20th, 1914, when she was 17. Dodd claimed to be a 23-year-old white salesperson who had been born in Europe. That would mean he was born in 1891. Allen claimed to be an 18-year-old white woman from Oregon. Perhaps she wanted to pretend that she was an adult when in reality she had just turned 17 and had been courted while 16 by a man in his early 20s. The relationship was tumultuous, and divorce proceedings had started by August 30th, 1914. After Pearl accused her husband of stealing from her, our protagonist was arrested for larceny on November 13th. The couple divorced a month later, on December 27th, 1914. A mere 2 years earlier, in 1912, our protagonist had been informing the press that he was a New Zealander, a claim he would repeat to Hazel Barton in Los Angeles between 1919 and 1921, as well as the United States federal census in 1920. According to Hazel, W.D. Farad had lived with an unknown waitress from late 1916 to 1919, and that she used to help him write letters to his parents in New Zealand. How much do you want to bet the woman was white? Pearl Allen may have been 1/4 Klamath Indian, however, she identified as white. Why? Perhaps for self-preservation, perhaps for social mobility, perhaps driven by a desire to become white. Whether Farad even knew that she was of indigenous ancestry cannot be confirmed. It is possible that, as far as W.D. Farad was concerned, Pearl was a white woman. Marrying a white American woman was a means to accelerate acculturation, facilitate social integration, and strengthen the process of naturalization and citizenship. She could have been a convenient stepping stone. In addition, according to the beauty standards of the time, she was an attractive young woman. While she was not a natural blonde, her hair color was quite light in one of the earliest available photographs of her, perhaps the result of hair dye. She was also an extremely fair-skinned woman who was phenotypically white. What is more, she was slim, and to all appearances remained so throughout her life. She passed away on January 23, 1960, at the age of 62, taking secrets about W.D. Farad to her grave. Let's examine the case of Laura Ethel Messinger, also known as Laura Esberg, but most importantly, Laura Swanson. The woman who would be known as Laura E. Messinger Laura E. Swanson, Laura E. Thompson, and Laura E. Estberg was born in Oregon on September 13, 1890. She married James Samuel Thompson. In 1907, when she was 17 years of age, Laura had an unnamed daughter who died within 1 day of being born on November 17, 1908. She had a second son at the age of 19 by the name of George E. Thompson. In 1910, she was living in Portland, Ward 3 in Multnomah, Oregon. She was a stay-at-home spouse. Laura E. Swanson had a relationship with Fred Dodd in 1914. Whether she was sexually assaulted, seduced, or consented to commit adultery is impossible to determine. The impact of the infidelity was consequential and led to the dissolution of their marriage. In fact, she remarried a man by the name of Leland Oliver Whitesell in 1916, just 2 years after the incident with the infamous Fred Dodd. Perhaps her marriage had already been on the rocks, and Fred Dodd encouraged her to leave her husband, George Thompson, who was referred to as George Swanson in the Statesman Journal, April 22, 1914, to come live with him. The fact that she was married made the headline in 1914. However, no mention was made of a son. On June 9, 1928, Laura married Axel John Estberg. He died in 1955. She died in 1958. When she was a young woman, at the time that W.D. Farad met her, Laura Swanson was a gorgeous blue-eyed blonde. She was as white as virgin snow. Who could blame W.D. Farad for falling for such a pretty face? After all, as much as people would come to call him God, he was only a man. Laura was exotic to him, he was exotic to her. Problem is, of course, Laura Swanson was married to another man. Solution was simple: leave your husband and come live with me. Farad, it would seem, had no qualms when it came to interracial out-of-marriage relationships. If most Americans find cohabitation acceptable in our times, in the early 1900s, it was highly atypical and seriously frowned upon. W.D. Farad did not have the morals of a religious Muslim man of the period. He was more liberal and liberated than the white Christian devils he would relish to lambast in years to come. When Laura's fling with the foreigner came into the forelight, she cried rape and coercion instead of adventurous seduction and adultery. Whether she told the truth or whether Farad told the truth cannot be ascertained with certainty. Women at the time were rarely believed even when they were the victims. In fact, quite often, even when they were victims, they were accused of having provoked the rapists. The guilt and shame were passed on to them. In her case, Fred Dodd was found not guilty because Laura Swanson had wantonly separated herself from her husband, and that she did not cry for help as a person in her circumstance would be aroused. This is false. In fact, according to numerous studies, women are paralyzed by fear, which explains why many rape victims do not resist. Only a minority of them scream, fight, or flee. Even if Laura Swanson consented to, or even initiated the relationship with Fred Dodd, the not so tall but nonetheless dark and handsome foreigner, she could easily have cried foul when confronted by her jealous husband. Blame the brown or black man is a tactic that is tried, tested, and true, and that has led many men of color to the gallows and the noose. Fred Dodd was fortunate. They didn't string him up. They could have. Whether it was innocent or guilty, the case was closed. Laura Swanson moved on with her life and soon left her husband permanently, and Fred Dodd, wise as he was, left the state of Oregon for the more promising shores of California. His past, however, did not remain hidden. In 1972, Hamas Abdul Khadis circulated a letter accusing W.D. Farad of having raped a teenage girl. How did he learn about Laura Swanson? That would make him the first to make the Fred Dodd connection. Either someone from the early Nation of Islam told him, maybe Elijah Muhammad himself.
You know what? I think you guys understand where this is going. So I'm going to stop it there. If you want to pick it back up and watch it, you can. I'm getting kind of tired. You know how that goes. So my thing about that is, why is the Nation of Islam worshiping A white guy. That is just mind-boggling to me. Let's go on to this one. Elijah Muhammad lied about W. Fard Muhammad.
God on earth.
Hold on.
You know, was the incarnation of it. He was God on earth. You know.
I differed with my father.
Yes.
And I didn't want to differ with him.
Yes.
In fact, I never differed with him directly. I was told, he was told that someone heard me saying something different. So he called me to question me about it. And I told him that I could more readily believe that he was God than I could believe that his teacher was God. Because his teacher was a white man, and he said white people were devils. And also I told him that I understand something from your teacher that makes me believe that he said those things, but he also left enough evidence of his real intent, and that was to bring us to the correct idea of God in Islam. For example, my mother, when I was leaving the home one day, after my father had insisted that I accept God the way he presented God, or I was going to be cut off from all communication. He told me he knew it would hurt me to know that I wouldn't be able to see my mother. He said, you won't be able to talk to your mother, I'll see her. So I didn't change. And as I was leaving, my mother was hurt, and it hurt me to see her hurting like that. She said she walked me to the door, which she didn't do. That was normal for her. And my father would excuse you. And she stood on the porch at the door, and she said, Wallace, why don't you go back there and accept? Just say you believe. I said, Mama, tell me what Mr. Farad told you all. I said, did he tell you he was God? And she looked like her face looked blank and looked like she didn't know what to say. And a few seconds she said, no, he did not. She said, in fact, he told us to not even call him prophet. Said that was too big a title for him. Then I said to my mother, how can you ask your son now to accept a man as God who told you prophet was too big a title for him?
I see. So I think that is the consistent view that if Master Farad's contribution has been to
Farad was sincere. That's my point.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I mean, any Orthodox Muslim out of the 1.2 billion will readily accept that. But when there is any suggestion of something related to being God on earth.
I hope you guys are seeing this. Elijah Muhammad didn't have wives. There was whores, prostitutes, and everything else, whatever you want to call them. And you cannot have wives in America. All right? Check out that movie called 9 Wives, that movie, or just look it up on Google. Then it'll tell you where it's at.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who is the last and final messenger of Allah, didn't have several wives or women. Whenever people do research on the messenger of Allah, they quickly stumble across rumors and allegations of polygamy and infidelity. This is by design in order to manipulate the public opinion. Messenger Elijah Muhammad is known for teaching high morals, and he was successful in reforming masses of mentally dead black people in the hells of North America, influencing every thinking black man. He also was and still is considered the #1 internal enemy of the United States. We have many people who are talking about the messenger. We also have many hypocrites, including Louis Farrakhan, who is talking about the messenger. Mr. Farrakhan has been playing with Islam ever since he became a member of the Nation of Islam. He is constantly going against the teachings of the messenger. And since he has been playing with Islam, Maybe there is a chance that he was also playing with the so-called table talk recordings. We cannot trust any material that was released during the past few decades, because nowadays you can easily manipulate material. Today we have AI voice clone, and you can easily edit audio files. So if you edit or delete one single word or even a whole sentence from an actual recording, the whole context and meaning could change. This is why we don't accept any so-called table talks as authentic proof, but we are going by actual sources. Messenger Elijah Muhammad stated, quote, "The true follower of the messenger believes as the messenger believes, but a hypocrite pretends he believes, but is not at all a believer. There are those who claim they are believers, but are sympathizers of the hypocrites. Those are the ones who will never say anything one way or the other, fearing that they will show their sympathy for the hypocrite. Such ones are warned in the Holy Quran." End quote.
I want you to see women who are not cheap women, who are not low-life women.
I tried to find it, but there was a period of time, I don't know how long, when Minister Farrakhan left the nation and started back drinking and smoking and womanizing and doing all that is uncharacteristic of self and of the so-called religion of Islam and the rules thereof. So if you know of anything about that, please, I know it's correct, but please let me know if you find it.
Filbert X, who is the brother of Malcolm Little, certainly disagrees.
For my brother Malcolm, angered by the little misfortune of being suspended for speaking out of turn and against instruction, now resorts to slander, slurs, and intimidations of Mr. Muhammad, Mr. Muhammad's family, and the Muslim followers of Mr. Muhammad, because my brother Malcolm, greatly angered over his being temporarily silenced for 90 days, now resorts to falsely charging Mr. Muhammad's family and the officials of our headquarters and seeking his ouster, because all of the Muslims know he defected and now speaks falsely about personal affairs of the Muslims. Mr. Muhammad.
No, I don't know if you can see that. I'm pretty sure you can, or you have enough time to read it. So I'm going to read it. Malcolm gained great prestige as a result of his association with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Filbert X said, and now he wants to use this prestige to lead the followers of Islam astray. That's not true. That wasn't true. He said Malcolm would do anything to achieve fame and would slander Muhammad out of a feeling of revenge. That's not true. Malcolm has always prided himself on being a great user of people. That's not true. Since Malcolm had defected from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, many women have followed Malcolm. He said, women can be used to seduce men. Men go where women are. It sounds like a bunch of pussy chasing ass niggas in the NOI and the upper echelon where Muhammad was involved, and he didn't want his pussy leaving him. So that's what I'm getting from that. Let's continue.
Any Muslim of influence, because my brother Malcolm will do anything and say anything to gain mention and his picture in news coverage, because my brother Malcolm has always prided himself on being a great user of people, especially women. Malcolm now seeks to prevail upon women who unfortunately were weak and went contrary to Islam. And because I have learned that as a last resort, he wants to use these women who have been dismissed from our group, and in an effort to accuse and smear any Muslim of influence in our group of misconduct, I take this opportunity to prevail upon you and beseech your media to appraise or caution or warn those who may be taken in by my brother Malcolm's desire to promote his own selfish end to maintain his public image. Now these are honorable women. These are not no cheap women. These are wise women who produce wise children
for a nation. Oh, Malcolm, if you could be here today. If Malcolm were here today, I believe Malcolm would be standing with his brother.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't be standing nowhere near your black ass.
With me.
Louis Farrakhan has been writing in the Mohammed Speaks newspaper, quote, just as Mosalma went around getting next to the women he once had the strength to use for sweethearts, Malcolm has done the same with Lucille Rosary and Evelyn Williams. He would visit Chicago several days in advance of making an appearance there, in order to call, converse, and loll around with Evelyn Williams, planning Mohammed's overthrow. He tried to make her his special agent in getting other sisters to aid her and Lucille. Malcolm made several calls to other sisters, whom he thought were weak enough to side with him, but without avail. He writes from Mecca and sends greetings and messages from Egypt and other places to Muslim women in the mosque, whom he thinks are weak with Muhammad and his leadership. He tries to use them, but most of them are not so weak, since the manifestation of Allah's backing of Muhammad's mission, that they will agree to cast themselves down from the respect of the Muslims and Messenger Muhammad by following such an open and defeated hypocrite as Malcolm. End quote. Minister Isaiah Karim wrote, quote, and those two prostitutes who accused the messenger of getting babies should hang their heads in shame for the rest of their lives for putting out such lies on the honorable Elijah Muhammad. Here the messenger has been ill for the last 2 or 3 years, sometimes too weak to get out of bed, and yet they accuse him. Article by Bernstein Mohammed, quote, naturally, the first thing such false leaders would do is strike out at his morals. They entice weak women to falsely accuse the messenger of fathering their children. They know that while they worked for the messenger, he was a man of the highest morals and the true messenger of God. They have stood before thousands and called him the honorable Elijah Muhammad, the messenger of Allah, one they know deserves the highest respect and honor. The Star Ledger, September 29, 1964. Quote, on July 2, 2 of his, meaning Messenger Elijah Muhammad's, former secretaries filed paternity suits against him in Los Angeles County Superior Court. The court was asked to find that 3 young children born to one of the secretaries and one born to the other were fathered by Muhammad. He, Messenger Elijah Muhammad, denied the charges, called the women hypocrites, and said they were former sweethearts of another black Muslim leader. End quote. The Dayton Daily News reported, quote, 2 top officials of the black Muslim movement tonight denied that their leader Elijah Muhammad, was involved in 2 paternity suits filed yesterday. They blamed indirectly Muhammad's fallen away secretary Malcolm X for the filing of the suits. In a statement issued by Muslim National Captain Raymond Sharif and National Secretary John Ali, the 67-year-old Muhammad said the charges filed yesterday in a Los Angeles court were false. The secretaries are Lucille Rosary and Evelyn Williams, Negro women in their 20s, and secretaries of the Nation of Islam. Even the newspaper right here admits that these women were not teenagers as claimed by Malcolm X. And the article further reads, today Ali and Sharif said the two women were former sweethearts of Malcolm. They blamed Malcolm for the suits, saying it was an attempt to prevent Messenger Mohammed from visiting Los Angeles Mosque on August 9. End quote. Five Muslim women rep suits against leader. Quote, 5 black Muslim women called a press conference Saturday to denounce 2 former members of the sect who have filed paternity suits against Muslim leader Elijah Muhammad. The 67-year-old Muslim leader and many of his top followers, including heavyweight champion Cassius Clay, are here for a 2 p.m. rally today at Olympic Auditorium. Clay is known to Muslims as Muhammad Ali. The Superior Court suits filed last month by 2 of Elijah Muhammad's former secretaries accused the Muslim leader of fathering one's child and also fathering 2 children and a third, that is expected by the other plaintiff. The 5 Muslim women, all with their heads covered, said the suits are an attempt to further the cause of Malcolm X, former second-in-command of the Muslims, who defected and formed a new group. 3 of the women are secretaries to Muhammad: Navana Pasha, Odessa Bey, and Bernique Kashmir. I have never found the messenger of Allah to be other than a righteous man, Ms. Bey said. Also appearing at the Biltmore press conference were Dolores Jordan, identified as the widow of Ronald T. Stokes, a Muslim who was killed here in a 1962 riot between police and members of the sect, and Gladys Shabazz, a Muslim for 12 years. John Ali, secretary of the Muslim movement, said the women who filed the paternity suits are in no danger from Muslim members, but, quote, the wrath of God is upon them, end quote. Turning to politics, Ali said, the Muslims don't favor either Goldwater or President Johnson for the presidency. We vote for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he said. Ali warned that no weapons will be permitted in the Olympic during the Muslim meeting. Quote, we don't permit anyone in our meetings with weapons, police or anyone else. It's a religious meeting. Only the devil needs weapons, end quote.
Yeah, I'm going to put this in the chat because I'm getting awfully tired. I'm trying to hold on, you guys. But that is what it is. And you can finish out if it's only like 4 minutes, but I'm getting awfully tired. Okay. But you can check these out. These are all legitimate sources. Now, this is a letter that was written to Elijah Muhammad from W.D. Forrest, Angel letter to him in 1933. Let me clean that up. Be on our way.
Southwest part of North America. Mr. E. Muhammad, the Minister of Islam. Detroit, Michigan, North America. Dear brother, here is a few lines to let you know that I have received both of your letters, one return mail and the other regular, also one from Kalat. I have been just getting over the terrible mistake and unofficial movements that you have been taking. Not only one that you went to Birmingham, but different time you have done minus things without saying anything before. I have numbers of records of charges against you, but I not brought them to enforce, knowing you have taken these steps with good intentions. Now, my dear beloved brother, I will tell you again and again, you have heard me from time to time, that must not undertake the labor of Islam unless you do know it 100%. This is why I am here to guide you to the right road. You must always tell me, other you will not be successful. It is true that you can use the wisdom, but remember, you are the wise and is in the mouth of the lion in his cave or civilization. Without any right in regards to the rules and regulations for practicing your profession in this cave civilization in the first place. You have no business being here, but since you are here, long way from home, and your kind, and are in the cave of Savage. You must use your wisdom with care, other the Savage will piece you in two. The law of nature will not allow a man to run the home of another man, so be clear on this and use your wisdom with care. I will tell you to get out on the street and on the top of all the high building. Yell out your wisdom when the time comes. The time is not ripe yet. How many times have I told you this? Are you wasting my valuable moments on the same things over and over? My movements, time, and hours are limited and are for the dead nation, so you be aware not to rob the dead and your own. You keep this letter and present to me when I see you, and I will read for you and explain to you. I know you're going to ask 1,000 invaluable questions, but write them down and present to me when I see you. Get on the labor now and study your assignment. See that you master your history. All of the forms, all of the problems, everything I left you is to be dug out and studied. Problem 31 should clear you of the mystery that you all long for. But your wisdom, and keep all to yourself. Now right along with your study. You can go over to Chicago unexpected. Do not tell no one where you're going, or when you're going, excepting Khalat Muhammad. Give them a lecture and run over to Milwaukee at 8th and Center Street. Inquire about Mr. Joe Bay. Many similars around there, and ask to have a special meeting for you. Give them a lecture or two and go back to Evanston and ask for Mr. Brown. Try to get acquainted there and start a station there. You may promise some ice maker a big bone and get in with him and start arising the dead. With your wisdom you easily do this, but have patience. Just look at me. I have all the hard luck, and confronting more hard luck caused by my own people. Don't you see they are poisoned by the devil? And so badly poisoned that they can't see me walking among them every day and eating with them. Give them knowledge to compare with anybody in the world, and they are still in doubt. How many you want me to pick out each time when you have meetings? Be wise and take lots of graveness, for you are dealing with babies. There will be time when they all will know you, then your happiness will be give. Now I go back to my subject. Then, from Evanston, you can round Chicago again unexpected, then home. Stop in these little towns on your way home and leave little wisdom everywhere. Get around and get acquainted. Caravan the territory between your home and Milwaukee. Start stations everywhere you can. St. Louis and Kansas City will be your territory too, but at present you can master the above said, and later I will tell you when to there. About your labor working the problems, you are doing fine. You may consult one of the teachers on beginning and forming your figures. The distance of platoon is given in one of the problems. Light travel 186,000 miles per second and the sun is 93 million miles from the earth. Then if you divide the traveling speed into the distance, it shall give the time to strike earth. Aha! This is a good one for you. I shall have big time with you when I see you. But now do not be bashful to study, for the wise always go to the bottom to secure a real cure. Write to me every day and tell me all about your study. My best wishes to you and family, all of labors, and 17 million. I am going with you. From W.D. Farad.
Oh Lord, I'm tired. 12 o'clock here in the Dominican Republic. But we're gonna go. Hold on, Doctor. I got it right. I gotta show this one. This is what I was talking about with Dr. Khalid Muhammad. The unknown partnership of the KKK. I'm gonna put that in the chat. I don't want to diminish anything. Y'all need to. Hold on. That's not the chat. Y'all need to. The chat. There we go. Y'all need to get on your P's and Q's, man. Okay. So, unknown. So, I got that one in the chat. And National Islam Threatened NOI Captain Son. Y'all can see that one independently. Okay. On now, and we're down to 2. Khalid Muhammad, 13 and 12. Let's get at it.
But I think it's an important question. We have a brother here who was an invited, special invited guest who just declined to speak. But I think that there's an important question I want to ask, and I believe that he would answer it. You know that Brother Khalid had an attack on his life recently. And I'd like to know, in the context of what we're trying to do here, does that have any significance or relevancy to this whole forum and what we're trying to talk about? Brother Khalid, would you address that question?
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, all praise is due to Allah, the Lord of all the world. Bear witness that there is but one God, came in the person here to the hells of North America, in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to whom praise is due forever. We forever thank him for raising up his messenger and his Messiah, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. And we thank the two of them for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I greet you, my brothers and sisters, with the greeting words of peace. Assalamu alaikum. Upon being invited, of course, in my absence from the city, and speaking to one who spoke to those who extended the invitation, I said that I would not speak here tonight because I did not feel it appropriate, and that is still my feeling. For if you'll be patient, you'll get the why. Buckle your seatbelt. It has been now 1 year since my suspension from national spokesman. Minister Malcolm was the first great national spokesman of the Nation of Islam. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan was the second and chose me to be the third in that line. It has been a year since my suspension from national assistant, spokesman, or representative, and from the ministry. And during that year, now over a year, which has become an indefinite suspension, I have made attempts to reach my spiritual father, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and I have not really been able to set up a meeting successfully with him. Certainly there, why don't you be quiet for a minute? Let me answer the questions. As difficult as it was, and I didn't mean any disrespect, but I was answering your disrespect. As difficult as it is to even stand up here, don't prompt me. Don't push me. You push me to say something that maybe I shouldn't say or wouldn't have said, as Malcolm was probably prompted and pushed too much 30 years ago. This has happened almost 30 years to the day in many ways. I didn't set it that way, and I didn't plan it that way. Started in November 30 years ago. Started again in November 30 years later at King College. Many other parallels that are not necessary to go into now, but one in particular. Malcolm, it is true, made attempts to reach the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We don't know if his calls were being intercepted. We don't know if his mail was being intercepted. We don't know what government operatives worked between Malcolm and his spiritual father. I have, for the most part, not spoken on this subject because I am still waiting for my meeting with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And until I have that meeting with him, there are things that I would like to hear from him. And there are things, as a son would say, that I would like to say to him. And I don't think I should say them to you before I say them to him. And some of you might not agree with that. I believe I understand Brother Malcolm more today than I have ever understood him before. I was not in the Nation of Islam 30 years ago. I was in my mid-teens at that time, down in Houston, Texas, and had not yet moved on to the university where I would meet the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan as a young student leader there in New Orleans. So there are many things on my heart, but I think if you will permit me to be just a little wise today, it would be better, and I'm sure if you will weigh it, you would agree with me. I don't know how long it will take. It's been over a year. But during that year, I have not said as little as a word, nor as much as a sentence against my spiritual father, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. And no matter what I have on my heart, again, I think it should be said between father and son, behind closed doors, and some resolution made behind closed doors before I come back to the broader community and the broader family. I have many questions to ask. Keene College was not a speech where I stood up to condemn my teacher. Keene College was not a speech where I was going into his domestic life. Keene College was a speech, as all of my speeches, where I was giving the white man hell, and I will continue to do that, and I make no apology for that. And so I'm still tender about that subject. Jews, so-called Jews, outside of that auditorium calling for his death. I was in a war spirit and a war posture, and I felt that I did what was right, felt that I should have even done more. It should have gone beyond the rostrum and should have been taken outside as we did in Los Angeles when we drove them away from the convention center and drove them running down the streets. I wonder what would have been done then. So for the president to come out, Bill, Willie, Slick Willie, the vice president, the United States Senate to vote unanimously against me. For the first time, the House of Representatives and the full Congress, and all of the mayors and governors and city councils and state assemblies and Negro organizations and Negro preachers, Ben Chavis, Reverend Behind, Reverend Butts, some of the other Negroes who came out against me, Jesse Louis Jackson, who called the white folks, they didn't have to call him, he called them. Ben Chavis bragged in this city on TV how he was the first to call Minister Farrakhan to say something needed to be done about Khan. All of that, and my last word, what's on my heart, I'll have to hold. As the old folks say, I'm just going to tarry a while. And I'm going to wait until my change comes. I don't believe that no matter how long it takes, I will continue the liberation struggle for our people. But no matter how long it takes, I don't believe you will be finding coming out against Louis Farrakhan. Whatever happened 30 years ago between the most honorable Elijah Muhammad and the honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, today, Malcolm with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad 30 years ago, and Minister Farrakhan with Khalid today, hopefully, prayerfully, Farrakhan and Khaled can put a positive period behind the history of Elijah and Malcolm.
Sisters and brothers, the hour is late. We're going to have to cut the questions. We want to thank Brother Khalid Muhammad, and I also want to, at this point, I'm sorry, we just have to cut the questions right here. I want to invite to the speaker, to the usher, Sister Joan Gibbs, who is with the Malcolm X Commemoration Committee, and with the Medgar Scholar Center for Law and Justice. Sister Joan Gibbs. Thank you.
I'm going to stop it there, and if you want to pay attention to it and see the entirety of that, you can do it. Just commenting. Let's see. But we're down to the last one. This is the guy from Barbershop Conversations, and this one deals with when will Louis Farrakhan say Malcolm X was right about Elijah Muhammad? Never. Never.
Assassination of Malcolm X, man, and yesterday, Benjamin Crump, Team Crump, and 3 of Malcolm X's daughters were at a press conference yesterday where a undercover agent said that he had a part in the assassination of Malcolm X, and I think that begins the healing process, and I'm looking forward to reading his book. I'm looking forward to the NYPD and the FBI releasing the paperwork and the wires and the audios and the videos of everything that they have, because it's important to tell the truth. And the same way I saw members of the NOI, Wesley Muhammad, Ben X, Demetric Muhammad, thank you for coming on the show, felt vindicated and expressed their sentiment. I think because they want history to show that Louis Farrakhan didn't pull the trigger or didn't mastermind it, or Elijah Muhammad. That's true. And the same way they want to be vindicated, I think Malcolm X deserves to be vindicated as well. And you say, Frederick, what are you talking about? And I think the Nation of Islam should sit down and relax and listen to me in my totality, because I think in order for the nation to become the nation that it's supposed to become, they got to heal from within. And how we heal from within is tell the truth. You know, I'm not going to debate whether the women were young, underage, or overage. That the youngest wife was 19, I believe, according to Louis Farrakhan, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not going to get into the fact that maybe it might be said, oh, maybe he brainwashed them. I don't want to deal with that. What I want to deal with is the fact that if Elijah Muhammad had 8 wives, he would have been brought up on polygamy charges. Can't have 8 wives in America. The last bastion of polygamy is the Latter-day Saints in Utah. You know, so and I have yet to see 8 wedding licenses. So if you have 8 weddings, I don't think that the state of Arizona, California, and or Illinois, because that's where and Massachusetts too. I believe there was 2 from the Massachusetts mosque, Louis Farrakhan's mosque in Massachusetts, Boston, if I'm not mistaken. I think that if he had all those wedding licenses, the government would have not let him slide. You understand what I'm saying? So I think at the end of the day, I think we got to start being honest with each other and vindicate and exonerate and say Malcolm X was right. Elijah Muhammad can be wrong. He's a human being. Because the same thing that they say to protect Elijah Muhammad, saying he was a man, you know, you can't, he was a man. Men make mistakes. Well, the same thing should be said about Malcolm. Louis Farrakhan was not suspended for wishing death upon Malcolm X under Elijah Muhammad's tutelage, but Malcolm X was suspended for 90 days for saying the chickens have come home to roost for a white president. I don't see the duality. I don't see parallels.
Ain't that a bitch?
As it pertains to chickens that are coming home to roost for a white man, when the white man is the devil, but Louis Farrakhan can wish death upon the black man. And my humble and what I believe to be true about the Nation of Islam is they heal black men. So wishing death upon a black man on any spectrum, on any level, is not what I believe what the Nation of Islam is about. So, I mean, wishing death upon him, calling him a traitor, and I know I'm speaking of some years back, but this is the time in which Malcolm was assassinated, and the energy, you know. I think Miss Claire Muhammad, from my readings, did not approve of the other woman, you know, and the fact that more than one of the wives' girlfriends had to go to trial, had to go to court to get a level of financial, I don't want to say return, but what they're owed because they had children with Elijah Muhammad. They had to go to court to do it. You understand? From what my understanding of the Nation of Islam is, they handle everything within, but Elijah Muhammad was not brought on charges because he didn't take care of the kids. And I think just as a man, I think manhood should supersede religion. And I know the Nation of Islam believes the reason why they are men is because of the teachings of the Nation of Islam. I think that we need to stop separating. I think we need to tell the truth. And the truth is, Malcolm X was not wrong about the women. Malcolm X wasn't wrong about wives, because you can't have wives. You can't have 8 wives in the... No way. The government and FBI would have came down so hard on Elijah Muhammad for having 8 wives. You know, so I think Louis Farrakhan needs to tell the truth and have a heart-to-heart with his nation. You know, I think that Demetric Muhammad, Nuri Muhammad, Wesley Muhammad, those that inner group, the students of Louis Farrakhan, need to ask Louis Farrakhan like real questions. I know y'all respect him, and I hope I'm a father of one son. I hope that my son has the courage to ask me tough questions. Why I went wrong here? Why did I make this decision here? You know, because in order for seeds to grow, they got to germinate. In order for seeds to turn into trees, they got to germinate. You know, and it's always going to be that question. It's always going to be that question. Always going to be that question. And Elijah Muhammad is the last stop on that train in Harlem. Was it the 2 and the 5? It's the last stop on that train. And I think we need to heal together. The nation will never become the nation it is supposed to be until Louis Farrakhan tells the truth. The whole truth, not withholding evidence, because Louis Farrakhan should have been suspended for wishing death upon Malcolm X. That's based off of their bylaws. Elijah Muhammad should have been suspended for not financially supporting his 21 kids.
21?
So that interview with Mike Wallace, he looked Louis Farrakhan in the eye and said he was on the phone with the women, and Louis Farrakhan said nothing. He said nothing in response as it pertains to that. He didn't say he was wrong. Louis Farrakhan knows the truth. All right, and we'll be doing black men a disservice. We'll be doing the Nation of Islam a disservice. We'll be doing a disservice to the legacy of Malcolm X if Louis Farrakhan doesn't have a meeting and tell the truth. Same way we want the NYPD, the FBI to tell the truth, we need Louis Farrakhan to tell the truth. How can Louis Farrakhan, as a leader, wish death upon a black man?
There you go.
Let's say we can't talk about a sitting president. I'm confused. You know, like those two don't add up. And I know the Nation of Islam, many members are going to be upset about this video.
I don't give a fuck.
But I'll say this. You can't wish death upon what a black man says and not wish death upon what a white man does to you.
There you go.
I think that's cowardly.
Coward.
And,
bitch ass niggas.
I stand on truth. You know, I'm building this platform, the barbershop, so men and women can come in here and be honest. You know, where we can help one another. I don't believe that this ain't no indignation on members of the Nation of Islam. I'm actually going to Leimert Park today, and the Nation of Islam is going to protect and keep the traffic flowing in Leimert Park today. You know, so I think that, and I'm going to have some great conversations with the Nation of Islam. I see them once, twice a month, and they do great jobs. I see Brother Islam doing great work, literally, hands-on in the city. Yeah. So this ain't that. But I think for historical purposes, so we can begin to heal. Louis Farrakhan, I challenge you to tell the whole truth. What's that conversation like with Elijah Muhammad after you wish death upon Louis Farrakhan? After you wish death upon Malcolm X? Or your articles in Muhammad Speaks? You have to get permission to do that.
Boom.
It doesn't add up. So anyways, man, I say this out of love. Louis Farrakhan, you know, I'm not morbid. You're 87 years old. I wish you 87 more years, you know. But Father Time never loses. Same way, I'm 43 years old, and I pray to be at least 87 years old, you know. And I hope I have the courage at 87 that I'm growing to have at 43. You know what I'm saying? So I think Louis Farrakhan needs to say that Malcolm X was right. And if Elijah Muhammad had 8 wives, you need 8 marriage certificates. Simple. I haven't seen 8 marriage certificates. So, and this is like one of my so important because I love Malcolm X. I was raised in Harlem. You know, Hump 47th and Lenox Esplanade Gardens, 101 125 west of Hump 47th Street. So I know what it feels like to have divided. Walk on 145th Street, they don't like the Nation of Islam. You go on 125th Street, they love the Nation of Islam. You know, so every corner in Harlem, you can get a different interpretation of what Elijah Muhammad is and or the Nation of Islam. And how we heal is as we tell the truth, you know? And so that's where I stand on this, man. I love y'all. Tonight we got a great show, 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I genuinely appreciate y'all. And I'll talk to you guys soon. Peace.
All right, so that's it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate for anybody that's still here. Hold on, let me see. But I was trying to find King Salman and what he was doing over there in the Middle East. He destroying a very sacred mountain in order to build some kind of a bullshit. I just don't know where it's at and where I put it. So that's one of the things. Hold on. So let me get on out of here. So that's one of the things I wanted to talk about too, but I'm so damn tired. I'm cockeyed right now. But hold on, let me see what this is. Hold on, I put this on my wife. Okay, here we go. Now, during the 60s, when Emmett Till was killed, this is the photo that white folks love to talk about how bad black folks are and all of this. And this is one where she was married to Muhammad at 6, but she remained in the house of her parents until she was 9, upon which her parents sent her to the house of Muhammad, where he consummated the marriage. Even in Bronze Age Hebrew culture, once an adolescent female experienced her first menses, she was no longer considered to be a child, but a woman ready for marriage and childbearing. That's a fucking lie. I don't know how they came up with that one. Girls can experience early onset puberty as well as young as 8. And this girl was called Aisha. I just don't get it. Aisha, he consummated the marriage with her at 9, but didn't have sex with her until she was about 13 or so. Well, let me copy that and put that into the chat. Hold on. Okay, why didn't Malcolm X have issue with Muhammad's relationship with a 9-year-old girl? You guys can take a look at that as well. And wrapping it up, I'm giving my final. Oh, okay. Give you my final opinions about what is this all about. Elijah Muhammad admit having extramarital affairs. For years, Muhammad's chief lieutenants at Chicago Temple No. 2 were able to contain the rumors, sometimes through fear and intimidation. Scholar Carl Evans estimates that the total number of children born of Elijah's adulterous affairs was between 13 and 21. Didn't take care of none of them women nor kids. Okay, so I want to go to the death photo of. Let me see. The death photo of our beloved leader. You can tell this is 3 shots to the heart. I don't know what this is. They might have been doing some operation on him. But in the movie, you saw a guy with a shotgun, and you heard through the videos of a shotgun. But there's no a shotgun beats 3 bullet holes to the heart. How heartless you niggas are in the NOI. And fuck the daughters of Malcolm X for folding and allowing these niggas to get out of prison who killed their father. I don't understand that. And getting millions of dollars. I don't understand it. Nobody ain't gonna kill my father. And then I'm gonna come back and go to bat with him. It just ain't happening. Now what happened, look at this. I don't know if can I get that? Okay. There are 3 bullet holes. There's no shotgun pellets or anything like that. All right. You can see the bullet hole entry points and the burning around the bullet hole. There's somebody that was close up on the man. Now, I'm not a forensic person. I'm not a anatomy expert, but just based on common sense things, this didn't happen 30 feet away, 100 feet away. Somebody was close up on our brother Malcolm, and these are burn marks from the muzzle of the gun. You don't get that from somebody 10 feet away, 5 feet away. You know what I mean? You got to be right up on them. So that was it. Mr. Muhammad in 2010 uncovered the identity of one of the supposed assassins named Mr. Hyatt's affidavit, William Bradley, who had changed his name to Mustafa Shaban and was married to a prominent New York activist. It was Mr. Bradley's shotgun blast researchers contend that killed Malcolm. There's no motherfucking shotgun blast. So what the fuck are you talking about? Elijah Muhammad was a proven child molester. Aisha, the 6-year-old, and consummated the marriage sexually speaking at the age of 13. William Bradley was a member of the NOI, and therefore the NOI killed Malcolm. So that's going to be it. I don't know how you feel about that. I don't know if you agree, you agree. If you don't agree, that's your business. But this is my final comment. Fuck all white folks, man. We already know they had their hand in it. But why the fuck do you niggas have to go along to get along and kill our brother? But you wasn't fucking man enough to kill fucking white folks, bitches. I mean, whoever's in on this motherfucking shit and against Khalid, fuck all you motherfuckers. Man, I'm serious at the goddamn heart attack. You ain't gonna do shit against white folks, but you kill your own fucking brother. That's not black first. That's not black second. That's just some bullshit ass motherfucking wannabe Muslim bullshit that y'all just unsucked into. And what you really need to do is take your fucking finger out your ass and lick the shit off of it. I'm tired of this, man. This was a mind-blowing thing. You cannot come up with no other goddamn way about looking at it except for the fact that Elijah Muhammad was a fucking pervert. Farrakhan was in on killing Malcolm X. Multiple wives, both of them. Scheming on Muhammad Ali. Come on. Whew. Yeah, I'm beyond tired, but that's the vibe, you guys. I mean, I'm very, very disappointed with the Nation of Islam. Not the Nation of Islam of 2025, but back then. You guys need to really cure that weakness, because y'all ain't gonna bust a fucking grape when it comes to white folk fucking with your own. But you rise up and talking about all that motherfucking black power and black supremacy, man, fuck you. You ain't did shit against white folk. You ain't came together and started a political power movement and using the 1866 Civil Rights Act, the acts, damn it. You know what I'm trying to say. The E-Acts. My mind is blowing. My mind is going for the night. And bonds for the win. If you just do those things, man, all this infighting and all that shit go away, because there was never any need to do any marching. I know. And you're going to see it soon. That my brother and I, Issa, Israel, and I, are going to do what you scary ass, fucked up in the head niggas can't do in America. You see, I don't like playing. And the evidence has been that we have all the spades in our hand. White folks are not running nothing but their fucking mouth. And all you got to do is politically and economically and spiritually, and when it's necessary, hit them in their fucking mouth, physically. They're weak ass motherfuckers. They like to think and run game on you because that's all they know how to do. But once you pull back the curtain and find this little bitch of a fucking man with a mentality of a 5-year-old and a white woman with the mentality of a 5-year-old, you're going to laugh your ass off, man. You're going to laugh your ass off. You're like, I was right. God damn. What? And that's all we had to do was to do that. I'm telling you, the 1866 Civil Rights Act, I'm still drawing a blank on the E-Acts. I want to say Execution Act, but that's not it. But you look through the video and you'll see what I'm talking about. And bonds for the win. Get off your motherfucking nigga asses in America, motherfuckers. And get serious, and get serious, and get serious. Because those three things are the shotgun in the face of white supremacy. It'll stop it. It'll stop it. It'll stop it. So with all that done, man, I gotta go to bed. I'm tired. I hope you guys appreciate what I did. And the final analysis is that we gotta stop fighting inwardly and point that shotgun outward to all of our enemies. I will see you guys next week, Saturday.